pagi Bapak Ibu. Saya belum dengar suaranya atau suara saya yang belum terdengar. Selamat pagi semuanya. Ya, good morning everyone. Okay, so while waiting for the plenary speakers, they are heading here. Mungkin Bapak Ibu berkenan yang di belakang Paul, the students or maybe teachers, would you please come to this row? Yang paling belakang boleh maju ke depan. Terus jadi sepi gitu ya. Dan silent ini. Oke. Mohon yang paling belakang boleh, atau saya undang ya Bapak Ibu, tadi ada dari SD 1 Jekulo, kemudian silakan Pak. It's special for you Bapak Ibu, teachers or students, would you please come forward and fill out this first row. Boleh maju ke depan, jadi nanti nampak Bu Ice-nya dan Andrew bisa lebih jelas gamblang begitu ya. Bigger than others karena berada di depan begitu. Please get ready for this. We are about to start the opening, and sorry for keep you waiting because it's already 10:30. Actually, the schedule is at 8, but yeah, this is like okay. Sorry to keep you waiting, and thank you for being here. Thank you Bapak Ibu and students. Yang di sini masih ada, yang masih di belakang boleh. Ibu, Mbak, Mas, ya, please you may come and fill out these seats. Ya, boleh maju ke depan dan mengisi yang berada di depan dulu. Terima kasih Pak, Bu. Ya, boleh musiknya disetar lagi, Mas.
gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated because in 5 minutes we will start this opening ceremony. Thank you. For ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated because in 5 minutes we will start the opening ceremony of TEYLIN. Thank you. warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 5th Teaching English to Young Learners in Indonesia under the theme Innovations in Teaching English to Young Learners, organized by English Education Department, Universitas Muria, Kudus. This opening ceremony is also being live streamed on the English Education Department's YouTube channel. We are honored to have the following distinguished guests with us today. His Excellency Director of Universitas Muria Kudus, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Darsono MSI. His Excellency, the plenary speakers for the conference today, Dr. Ice Khadijah MA, the Executive Chair for Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO English Educator, Mrs. Kathy Kampa from United States of America, Dr. Hafizah Hajimia from University Utara Malaysia, Mr. Andrew Hunt from English First Educa Group, Mrs. Rusiana MPD from Universitas Muria Kudus, Dr. Piada Jingwangsa from Hatyai University. His Excellency, the 4th Vice Rector of Universitas Muria Kudus, the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, the Head of English Education Department, the Chairperson of the 5th TEYLIN Committee, lecturers, researchers, teachers, students, and all of the participants. We would like to say thank you for the partner universities who have been taking part and have been mutually participating in the TEYLIN conference. Distinguished audience, in this special event, we have several programs to go through. The first is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya and Mars of Universitas Muria Kudus. The second is speech from the head of English Education Department. The third is speech and welcoming remarks from the rector of Universitas Muria Kudus. The next is praying. The fifth, dance performance from SD and Unawa Kartika, the partner of English Education Department. And the last is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Step on to the following agenda is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and Mars of Universitas Muria Kudus. For audience, you may all rise.
Indonesia tanah air, tanah
The next agenda is speech. The first speech will be delivered by the head of English Education Department. To Dr. Titis Sulistiawati MPD, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, all of the participants and also distinguished guests, our special invited speakers. Good morning, Mr. Andy, Mr. Andrew Han. Good morning, Ibu Ice. And good morning also the Vice Rectors, Pak Hilal, and also our beloved Dean, Pak Sucipto. Good morning, Pak Sucipto. This is a very lovely occasion, and this is a very great opportunity for us to be able to hold this special event that is the 5th TEYLIN Teaching English for Young Learners Conference that is officially held by our English Education Department. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, once again, this is our great opportunity for you, for our students, as the next English teachers, and also for invited teachers that already be here this morning. So this is our responsibility to be able to maintain and to be able to participate in the growing of our English educations in Indonesia. And today's event is for you, for all of us to be able to share and change our knowledge, experience, and also our spirit of teaching for English in Indonesia, especially for young learners. This is our main concerns, that the next future, that English should be taught also in the elementary school. And it's already been introduced for many years, and yet we still have so many things to be done to improve our students' ability for using English. And today, Bapak Ibu, in this great event, because today, my duty is to open this event, so let us reciting Basmalah together to open this event. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And I officially open the 5th International Conference of TEYLINs of English Education of Muria Kudus University. Thank you once again for your participations, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Titis as the head of English Education Department. The next speech and welcoming remarks will be delivered by the Rector of Universitas Muria Kudus, who join us virtually. So this is Profesor Dr. Insinyur Darsono MSI.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. The honorables, plenary speakers, parallel speakers, and participants of the 5th International Conference on Teaching English for your learners. The Honorable Dean of FKIP, Head of English Education Department, faculty members and students of Universitas Muria Kudus, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor for me to welcome you all for this hybrid international conference organized by the English Education Department of Universitas Muria Kudus. I am very impressed with the theme of today's conference, which addresses the importance of giving comprehensive support to teachers to develop their learning quality for their success in teaching English to young learners, or TEYL. English has played its role as a lingua franca in international communication. Consequently, it is a challenge for all to us to provide sufficient exposure for young learners to comprehensive input of English language during their learning activities. In turn, we need to foster teachers to develop their capacity in teaching English to young learners. In psychological perspective, children have a critical period which regarded as golden periods between the age of 0 to 13 years, in which language is potentially and naturally acquired by children. So, we need to keep endorsing and supporting English teachers to improve their teaching capacity through policies, techniques, strategies, and facilities to help them make a success in teaching English in your learners. And really hope that this conference will be a forum where we can share concepts, expertise, research results, and best practice for assisting English teachers to meet the global demand on 21st century. I am really grateful and happy that today in this conference we will learn together with our specialist plenary speakers, among others, Dr. Ice Koljijah, Miss Kati Kampa, Mr. Andy Hans, Dr. Halizah Hazima, Mrs. Piada Jingwanga, and Mrs. Rusiana MBD. It is expected that this conference will be able to bring you to a deep and fruitful discussion on appropriate policies, research results, approaches, strategies, and best practice for better English teaching for young learners in this digital era. The international conference is also part of our commitment to present Universitas Muria Kudus as a center of development of science, technologies, and art to global community. In this lovely occasion, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to all faculty members of the English Education Department of Muria Kudus University to their never-ending initiative to organize this very important international conference. My special appreciation also goes to the organizing committee who has done the effort to make this conference happen. I also would like to express my gratitude to all plenary speaker and parallel speaker, as well as all participants of who are willing to spend their most valuable time for sharing their knowledge and experience. Finally, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this 5th International Conference on TEYLIN is officially open.
Pathway of our TEYLIN International Conference program, a story that began in 2011 and has evolved into a remarkable platform for learning, networking, and inspiration. Join us as we reflect on our milestones, challenges, and triumphs over the years. In 2011, we launched our first national conference on ELT and culture, with a vision to bring together thought leaders, innovators, and enthusiasts from various fields. By taking the theme of revitalizing the practice of teaching English to young learners in Indonesia, TEYLIN, the first event seemed to be a stepping stone for us to continue to move forward optimistically to build a community that is concerned with teaching English to young learners, especially in Indonesia. In 2012, we decided to brand our conference into the second national conference on teaching English to young learners. We were translating educational policies on teaching English to young learners in Indonesia into practical applications within a classroom setting. This is where the theoretical aspects of the policy are put into practice. In 2014, we reached a pivotal moment. We transformed our national conference into international level. We invited international experts and practitioners and introduced interactive workshops and panel discussions, transforming the way attendees engaged with the content. The journey of teaching English to young learners unfolds with unique challenges and vibrant possibilities. We embark on an exploration that bridges cultures, honors traditions, and envisions a unified future. Indigenous norms to the coming age of One Asia. As we move forward, let us remember that our role is to honor the past, embrace the present, and inspire a future where every young learner sees English not just as a language, but as a key to a world where cultures blend harmoniously and where the spirit of One Asia thrives. In welcoming Generation Alpha, we embrace the challenge and the opportunity to redefine education. We guide them with innovation, empathy, and a deep understanding of their unique characteristics. Together, we stand on the brink of a new educational frontier, ready to inspire and equip Generation Alpha with the tools they need to succeed. This is not just a classroom experience. It is the beginning of a lifelong adventure in learning, connection, and growth. In the ever-evolving landscape of education, the role of a teacher is both profoundly impactful and continually evolving. We turn our attention to a crucial aspect of this journey, supporting teachers' learning in teaching English to young learners, TEYL. Together, we build a community of educators who are not only committed to their own development, but also to the bright futures of the young learners they guide. The journey of teaching English to young learners is one of boundless possibilities. Innovation breathes new life into our classrooms, making language learning an engaging and transformative experience. As educators, we are pioneers in this exciting frontier, guiding our students with imagination, creativity, and an unwavering commitment to their success. And now it's time for us to welcome you all in the 5th International Conference on Teaching English to Young Learners in Indonesia with the theme Innovation in Teaching English to Young Learners, with the extraordinary speakers Dr. Iche Khadija, Kathy Kampa, Andrew Hunt, Dr. Hafiza Hajimia, Dr. Piyada, and Rusiana.
Yang kuat.
Once again, please give applause for TEYLIN held by the English Education Department. Today is very special because this event is officially opened by the head of English Education Department and virtually opened by Director of Universitas Muria, Kudus. Moving right along, so the prayer will be led by Dr. Rismianto MPD. To Dr. Rismianto MPD, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to lead a prayer at this occasion according to the Islamic tradition. Those of you who follow other religions and beliefs are kindly invited to pray according to your own faith. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma lakal hamdu wa ilaikal mushtaka wa antal musta'an wa alaikat tuklan. Ya Allah, all praise is due to you, and to you we turn in supplication and humility. You are the most powerful helper, and to you we entrust ourselves. Allahumma tauban tauban laka ya Rabbana wa awban la yughadir hawban. Ya Allah, we repent, we sincerely repent to you. Do not let your love for us to be taken away. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا سقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. Ya Allah, please make this gathering, this activity, the 5th International Seminar on Teaching English to Young Learners in Indonesia, with the grand theme Innovation in Teaching English to Young Learners, blessed, and make our parting after this event a safe and protected separation. Ya Allah, do not allow any among of us or those who follow us to be among the ill, those whose deals are rejected, and those who are deprived from your pleasure. Allahumma barik jami'atana Universitas Muria Kudus wa barik kulliyatana kulliyah tadrib wa ta'lim al-muallimin wa barik barnamij dirasati ta'lim al-lughati al-injiliziyah warzuqna ilman nafi'a wa amalan salihan minha birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, bless our university, Muria Kudus University, bless our faculty, teacher training and education faculty, and bless our department, English Education Department. Ya Allah, through this seminar, give us knowledge that is truly useful and good deeds with your grace, not just spreading the word, spreading charm and popularity as a form of existence of our English education department. Allahumma la tada' lana dhanban illa ghafartah, wa la hamman illa farajtah, wa la 'aiban illa satartah, wa la daynan illa qadaitah, wa la saqaman illa shafaitah, wa la hajatan illa qadaitaha wa yassartaha fayassir lana umurana washrah sudurana wa nawwir qulubana wakhtim bis salihati a'malina. Ya Allah, do not leave for us a sin, expect that you have forgiven it, nor a worry except that you have relieved it, not a defect except that you have covered it, nor a debt except that you have paid it off, nor a disease except that you have healed it. There is no need except you have fulfilled it and facilitated. So ease our affairs for us, open our chests, enlighten our hearts, and complete our deeds with righteous deed. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Rismianto MPD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda. The Kretek dance performance by the SDNU Nawakartika, a school partner of the English Education Department. Please welcome SDNU Nawakartika.
Kudus kawen paring monco negeri jero kutha tekan desa sepuh panen datan keri Kretek Kudus wis kuncara dadi cakak ekonomi neka warna wujudipun Kretek misuwur wis mesti wiwit raka bobot eca Kretek filter nikmat yakti jarum sukun noyorana jambu kolan liya ugi
Great performance from SDNU Nawakartika, and they are the students who are joined dance club in SDNU Nawakartika. The dancers are Muhammad Albi Lutfi Rahmani, Konita Rafani Syakira Erca, Jihan Rakila Wilda, Birli Nafiana Erca, Syaukina Reva Akila. The kretek dance is an original Kudus dance that tells the process of making cigarette, starting from the selecting the tobacco, filling the tobacco into the cigarette paper, folding the cigarette, cutting the tip, and handing it over to the supervisor. The dance illustrates the process from the selection of tobacco until the cigarettes are ready to be marketed. It is performed by some female dancers, representing workers, and male dancers representing a foreman. Well, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we reached the last session of this opening ceremony, and let's take a moment. For ladies and gentlemen, you can enjoy your snacks. And before proceeding the main session, I'd like to acknowledge you that the 5th Teaching English to Young Learners, or TEYLIN, under the theme of Innovations in Teaching English to Young Learners, is organized by English Education Department, become one of conference eagerly awaited by many people. So here, we have lecturers, researchers, students, teachers, EYL enthusiasts, and 30 teachers delegation from partner schools of English Education Departments as participants. So distinguished audience, I would like to take a moment to express our immense gratitude to the English Education Department who have made this event possible. We also extend our deepest thanks to everyone who has supported this event, especially Bang Jateng and the Kudus Education and Youth Sports Department, Mr. Harjuna Widada. We are truly thankful for their efforts and contribution toward this event. So before we continue, let's enjoy the English Education Department's video profile.
Kita pada dasarnya mempunyai keinginan yang kuat untuk belajar dan berkembang demi meningkatkan kualitas hidup yang lebih baik. Diperlukan motivasi, kesadaran, dan kualitas diri demi tercapainya tujuan yang telah ditetapkan. Bagaimana kita bisa menjadi apa yang kita inginkan? Bagaimana kita mewujudkan yang kita cita-citakan? Dunia terus berputar. Perubahan sudah menjadi keniscayaan. Peradaban semakin berkembang, tidak ada lagi sekat-sekat bahasa dan budaya. Untuk itu, kita membutuhkan tempat menempa diri agar siap mengambil peran dan memberi dampak. Dengan visi keilmuan, menjadi penyelenggara pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang berlandaskan pada pendekatan sosiokultural dan teori linguistik fungsional sistematik. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muria Kudus berkomitmen menyiapkan para lulusan menjadi sarjana pendidikan bahasa Inggris, penerjemah, jurnalis, dan pengusaha dalam bidang pendidikan dan bahasa Inggris yang unggul dan berdaya saing global.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Bambang Sugiyarto. Saya bekerja di SMK PGRI 1 Mejobo Kudus dan kebetulan diberi tugas tambahan sebagai kepala sekolah. Saya alumni UMK Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Program Studi Bahasa Inggris. Saya masuk tahun 2002 dan saya berhasil menyelesaikan pendidikan saya tahun 2006. Banyak hal yang kami dapatkan selain tentang ilmu yang luar biasa yang diberikan oleh para dosen yang luar biasa juga, tapi juga ada pengalaman-pengalaman lain berorganisasi yang bisa kami lakukan dan juga kami belajar banyak dari organisasi-organisasi yang ada baik di fakultas maupun di universitas. Karena itu kami bangga menjadi bagian dari Universitas Muria Kudus dan kami bangga menjadi bagian dari program studi bahasa Inggris.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Bu Yayu atau Sri Rahayu Ratnawati SPD MPD. Saya adalah lulusan dari Universitas Muria Kudus dan saya sekarang sebagai owner dari Lembaga Pendidikan dan Keterampilan LKP Nisan Fortuna. Banyak hal yang saya dapatkan sewaktu kuliah di Universitas Muria Kudus, banyak hal yang bisa menjadikan saya sebagai owner dari LKP Nisan Fortuna, dan banyak skill yang saya dapatkan dan sangat cocok untuk sebuah lembaga pendidikan dan keterampilan. Saya bangga menjadi bagian dari Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muria Kudus. Terima kasih.
Kita membutuhkan panutan, karena kita adalah para pemberani, bermimpi besar, dan akan mengubah dunia. Selanjutnya, mari kita rayakan kesuksesan kita. Mari kita manfaatkan hari ini. Mari kita manfaatkan momen mengubah sesuatu menjadi luar biasa.
Give big round of applause for English Education Department, Universitas Muria, Kudus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so let's move to the main session. And now we have an exciting panel of speakers up for you today. And we hope that you will find their presentations and discussion informative and engaging. Today's agenda focuses on innovations in teaching English to young learners. We have speakers who will be sharing their insights and acknowledge on this topic. Before we go on, this event is being held in hybrid and live stream on English Education Department's YouTube channel. And now, we'd like to invite Mr. Mutoher MPD to be the moderator and Dr. Ica Khadijah MA as the keynote speaker.
Okay, good morning, everyone. How are you today? Okay, good. Alhamdulillah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th International Conference on Teaching English to Young Learners in Indonesia, or TEYLIN. My name is Mutoher, and it's my pleasure to be a moderator for this session on teaching English in primary school, an innovation or a must-do action. First of all, may I briefly introduce to you our keynote speaker. She is an esteemed educator with a profound expertise in teacher educations and professional development. Her academic journey includes a PhD in teacher educations from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, Indonesia, an MA from the University of Warwick, England, and a Master's in English Education from IKIP Malang. With over 4 decades of dedicated service to the field of education, she has honed her skills in various capacities, including as a part-time lecturer at UHAMKA University and UIN Syarif Hidayatullah. Her professional contributions extend beyond academia as she actively engages in enhancing teacher competence through module development and training sessions. Okay, I need your attention please for the audience and participants. Her experience in leading schools and training teachers spans across Indonesia and extends internationally to countries like Philippines, Vietnam, and Yemen. She has presented her insights at numerous national and international conferences and has been pivotal in projects focusing on primary education innovation across multiple countries. Moreover, she is deeply committed to educational policy and leadership, serving as a member of various esteemed organizations such as Strengthening Character Education Team, the National Literacy Movement Team, and the National Accreditation Board. Her dedication to educational advancement is further evidenced by her role as the Executive Chair of the Indonesia National Commission for UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ica Khadijah MA.
Thank you very much, Pak Mutohar. Thank you very much for kindly listening to the to the introduction. Why I gave the sign for us to listen. Listening is the most important aspect in communication. We are here not sending information, because sending information can be through WA, can be through websites. But we are communicating with you, audience. So if you are not ready to communicate with us, why should be here? This is my introduction because I'm facing the will-be teachers. I saw very many young teachers, candidate teachers. If teachers fail to listen, it will fail in other parts. Sorry to start with this, because I think this is the most important thing that we all have to build the habit of listening. Because when we don't listen, we pick up information sporadically. We only pick up information that we would like to listen without understanding the whole meaning of what we talk about. This is key point. It's not important to just be here, wanting to hear my voice and other speakers' voice. It's important for us here to get the message. The message. And to get the message, we have to understand the whole context. So I think I start with this because this is the core. And still at the back, we have some students discussing themselves. It shows that they only hear my voice, but they don't listen. Anyway, thank you very much for again inviting me to be here, because I feel I'm being honored to be in Muria Kudus with TEYLIN since the very beginning. If you watch the video, I feel like, oh, every year, every time we have conference, there's always my picture. Why it's important? Because I did my master degree in English teaching for young learners back 30 years ago. The first, I think, person from Southeast Asia who did a formal degree in English teaching for young learners. And why my intention at that time, 30 years ago, was in the teaching of English to young learners. Because by that time, I could see the beginning of segregation, the beginning of social injustice through the opportunity to learn English. To learn English is not simply because it is a subject matter in a school, but it formed a social norm. If we look at our society now in Indonesia, people mark their class by using English in public, as if they use English in public, they belong to a certain social class. I don't talk about this by academic research, but this is what is happening in our society. And the concern is not only because of there is regulation or there is no regulation. It's more in the practice. And therefore, I give my title this morning, to raise our awareness, to wake us up, to awaken us from, the unawareness of knowing the society only because we are, or many people are, in the academic setting. My question, is it only an innovation or a must-do action? I remember in 2008, I presented my paper in Bangalore, India, Teaching English in Indonesia, a germ in the mud. The germ, the beautiful, flavors, shining germ, but still in the mud. Why I said so? It's because we were busy dealing with all the challenges, but forget the opportunity if our students were exposed to better qualified English language teaching. And 2020, the case remained the same. The things that I was talking about back in 1996, 1997, still brought into the table in the discussion in 2020. The same discussion. Well, at the same time, when I was talking about this, I was talking in Vietnam back early 2000. And in 2008, I was with the government and with some experts from other parts of the world talking about whether English in Vietnam was put in regulation as a compulsory subject or not. And it was decided it is in the regulation, formal regulation in Vietnam. 2008 then start regulating English should be taught in primary school in grade 3. And also in other parts of Southeast Asia at least. But again, we are still, until today, still unclear, unsure, lost. When regulation arrived a couple of months ago, some people in campus still talk about, why government issue the regulation for primary school English? I didn't answer because the discussion has been more than 20 years, almost 30 years, and it remains the same. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, English is the working language in ASEAN. ASEAN formal language by regulation is English. And if we look at this map, all countries except Indonesia has no regulation for English in primary school. Whether we still have challenges, we still have issues, concern to talk about, to handle, that's something else that we have to work on. But if we look at this regulation, all countries, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, which have the same kind of background like Indonesia, have already made English compulsory. And this data was taken back in 2013 when there was a Transforming English Education Forum in Brunei. I was there, and at that time, Indonesia decided to take out English from primary school as a local content subject and reducing the number of hours of English in high school from 180 minutes to 90 minutes. And I was there with one of the prominent, popular professor from Indonesia. We were there, but two of us. We couldn't speak a lot because other ASEAN, Southeast Asia countries competing, quote unquote, in giving more hours for English, and we reduce hours for English and take out English for primary school. I don't know what was in their mind at that time. I was protesting. I went to visit the vice minister. Well, I'm the one who consistently fight for education when it is create injustice. So this is the data that taken by Subhan Zen in one of his research in 2017. And if you look at here, all countries, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, Indonesia, not Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Cambodia, all compulsory or medium of instruction. Indonesia, optional. Optional with no regulation in 2017. Because optional by regulation was taken out in 2013. So again, if we talk about preparing human resources, until the President of the Republic of Indonesia focused on the development of human resources, but many people forget that one of the important thing is making English subject in school help the students to prepare them as Indonesian human resources. So there are so many research. I do not need to quote research saying that now the working environment is competitive, and from 2015, the ASEAN when AFTA is practiced, then English become more important even in Southeast Asia, because the opportunity for our children to work in Southeast Asia country is open. And we cannot just go surprised to see other people coming to Indonesia because they have more competence to offer to the industry. That's English. English as a world language is not merely an international language. The notion of international language can be understood as a language which is used in any international communication, which involve people from two or more countries. But English is not just international language. It is a global language. Because if I focus on data, I will not have enough time to give you opinion. Then, if we look at the use of English in many occasions, virtually and in person, it's still dominating. Because English is a global language. It's not just an international language. So, I can see what's the phenomenon Indonesia faces at the moment regarding English competencies of school graduates. Segregation, social segregation. Not because of the kebijakan or policy, but the practice of teaching English. The practice of teaching English. Issuing regulations on English subject matter at school level from primary to upper secondary is only an effort. It's the effort to prepare Indonesia human resources. But this is not enough. this is not enough to only have regulation. For so many years, there is no requirement for English level of English teachers in Indonesia. No matter how the English of the candidate teachers or teachers, as long as they hold certificate from English department, it's considered to be good English teacher, having good English competence. No. Why? Because through the testing that given by some agencies, including the level of English teachers are dominating in only level A2 CEFR. A2 dari CEFR. A2 itu semua international test adalah pada level elementary. Dan itu salah satu sumber ketidakadilan di masyarakat. Karena persiapan menjadi guru bahasa Inggris tidak diawali dengan kompetensi berbahasa Inggris gurunya. So, before the regulation, actually the Ministry of Education, I involved in this, they did a research. They did a research for 3 years, inviting teachers, headmasters in primary school, some teachers from secondary level, to be talked about whether English regulation need to be reforms or not. And the answer is yes, it needs to be reformed. Any discussion? Is there any question from you? Thank you. So, before the regulation, there has been lots of discussion. Of course, government is probably busy to send messages to English department all over Indonesia. Therefore, many English department still talk about it. It's already done. Until at the end, last tahun 2024, bab 4 pasal 33 mengenai mata pelajaran bahasa Inggris di kurikulum merdeka. Sudah ada perubahan bahwa SMA tetap dikembalikan, saya nggak tahu bagaimana ini mengaturnya, dikembalikan pada posisi semula 4 jam pelajaran dan ditambah di SD 2 jam pelajaran. Kemudian diikuti oleh perdirjen dari GTK, Guru dan Tenaga Kependidikan, nomor 1669 BB1 HK 0301 2024 tentang petunjuk teknis pengembangan kompetensi guru bahasa Inggris pada satuan pendidikan jenjang pendidikan dasar sampai menengah. Bapak dan Ibu, saya masih ingat apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Menteri. Jangan kita mengeluarkan kebijakan yang hanya menyusahkan, tetapi sediakan bantuan. Oke? Oleh sebab itu, saat ini sedang dilakukan pengembangan kompetensi guru bahasa Inggris. Diawali dengan asesmen level guru bahasa Inggris. Yang sudah mendaftar ada 12.000, mudah-mudahan sudah bertambah. dengan level yang bermacam-macam. What's next? Bagaimana kalau didominasi dengan level A2? Disediakan pelatihan. Pemerintah telah menyediakan pengembangan kompetensi guru bahasa Inggris. Jadi teman-teman guru baik yang online maupun yang di sini, jangan takut diuji kemampuan bahasa Inggrisnya. Daripada kemampuan bahasa Inggris kita sebagai guru bahasa Inggris merupakan awal kesenjangan sosial. Social gap might start from our competence in English, in teaching English. This is very important. Jangan takut diuji bahasa Inggrisnya, mau levelnya apapun, daripada terjun ke kelas mencelakakan hidupnya orang lain. Karena pemerintah telah menyediakan saat ini pelatihan-pelatihan sangat bermutu, bukan dibuat sendiri oleh tim Kemendikbud, tetapi mengadopsi dari International Center yang ada di UK. Jadi teman-teman, mari kita menjadi pendidik-pendidik baik di sekolah maupun di kampus yang bertanggung jawab. Karena kita memilih untuk menjadi pendidik adalah memilih untuk ngurusin hidupnya orang lain. Kalau cuman mau bekerja dagang online aja, gak usah jadi guru. Just, sell goods online. You will get more money. If your purpose is only to get money. Bahwasanya, the fact that teachers need money to live, yes, of course. And all supporting system should make sure that teachers are supported accordingly. Because teachers are those who face the eyes of the students. Students expect English teachers who are able to speak English. Not just come to class and explain things in bahasa Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, the journey of English primary school regulation in Indonesia is like this actually. That's why, are we still saying that it is an innovation? We have been talked about it for 30 years, English in primary school. It's not something new at all. And I'm the live witness for this. So, and now 2024, the journey begins. The journey begins here because the regulation is started in 2024. So about the level of English teachers will be given until 2027 to improve the quality of their English by the support of the government. So the government now is providing. Ini karena sekarang ini semua regulasi sudah ada dengan baik di website Kemdikbud, tetapi kita belum terbiasa mengakses website Kemdikbud. Ini saya kan semua dosen, guru, calon guru sering-seringlah mengunjungi website Kemdikbud supaya tahu transformasi apa yang sedang dilakukan. Sudah nggak zamannya lagi orang keliling ngasih training. Berapa yang bisa terjangkau untuk Indonesia dengan 3 juta guru lebih ini? Jika masih akan mengandalkan keliling ke sana kemari. The technology has provided help for us. Use it. Because now the website is not only about, giving fake information, but the government also used the website to introduce so many things. So now, this is the history, curriculum Merdeka. Now English is given 2 session, and then SMP 3 to 4, SMA still 2 JP pada tahun 2022. Mudah-mudahan pada saat kami diskusi akan dikembalikan menjadi 4 JP. Mudah-mudahan segera terkembalikan. Nah, sekarang apa yang menjadi isu dan concern? English teachers. Teachers. Pertama, quantity. The number of qualified teachers. Still, we are struggling. The quality of English of the English teachers, we are also still struggling. And the pedagogy, especially when talking about teaching English to young learners, there is a relatively different pedagogical approach to use in teaching young learners. So the fact that Indonesia has no requirement for English teachers level of English, it's the first ever to cope with. Because if we see other countries, Malaysia at least C1 CEFR, Singapore, well, more. And then the Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, they all require their English teachers to have a certain level of English. And that's why now Indonesia started. Let's support, because in other countries, they probably do not provide help for teachers to achieve a certain level. But Indonesia think about helping because we look at the geographical situation of Indonesia, the very diverse quality of English teacher education university. And that's why the government understand that and provide help for teachers. Mari sama-sama kita sukseskan upaya untuk mengurangi kesenjangan sosial melalui pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang lebih bermakna bagi anak-anak sehingga mereka mampu hidup lebih baik. Anak-anak sekolah bukan untuk menerima ijazah, bukan untuk menerima rapot, tetapi untuk ditingkatkan kompetensinya. They are not going to school to get a certificate. They go to school to improve their life quality. And therefore, English is life skill. And therefore, we all, the English educator community, should think about how to provide help. Sudah tidak zamannya lagi mengelompokkan diri, merasa elit, merasa lebih penting. No. Bangsa ini membutuhkan kita bergotong royong. Bangsa ini membutuhkan yang pada pinter bahasa Inggris untuk membantu yang memerlukan. Ya. Lantas apa yang perlu kita lakukan? Mari kita lihat, mari kita pahami apa yang disediakan pada perubahan kurikulum yang makin sederhana. Bayangkan untuk SD, kelas 3 dan kelas 4, kecakapan 2 tahun yang harus dicapai hanya sesederhana ini. Peserta didik menggunakan bahasa Inggris untuk berinteraksi dalam lingkup situasi sosial dan kelas yang dapat diprediksi, menggunakan kalimat dengan pola sesuai konteks yang dibicarakan, mengubah atau mengganti sebagian elemen kalimat untuk dapat berpartisipasi. This is very simple objective, general objective. Ini kompetensi harus dicapai 2 tahun. Oleh sebab itu harus dipretelin. Tiap semesternya mau memampukan apa? Nah, now the challenge is how to break those national competence to syllabus, to objectives. Mari saya mengajak teman-teman yang punya bahasa Inggris lebih baik, yang punya kemampuan untuk membantu menyusun silabus di SD. Susunlah dengan wajar sesuai dengan kompetensi yang diminta. Bukan sekedar ngumpulin materi supaya bisa dijual. Stop LKS. LKS itu adalah kriminal. Dalam pembelajaran bahasa Inggris, LKS itu kriminal. Baik yang nulis maupun yang menggunakan adalah pelaku kriminal. Kenapa? Bahasa Inggris dikenalkan kepada anak sebagai latihan soal. Sebagai latihan soal. Itu membunuh pemahaman bahwa bahasa Inggris itu bahasanya manusia. Memberikan image yang berkembang di kepala anak bahwa bahasa Inggris itu adalah ujian dan soal. So we have to start the transformation from here. From forgetting about English as a set of exercise or item test. Instructional materials. Now, even the government provide lots of materials which has been curated, reviewed by English expert. Yes, one of them is in here. Let me try to show you. Bisa dilihatkan di, atau setelannya harus dari sini? Harus dari sini. Saya tunjukkan sebentar, ini sudah hampir selesai Pak. Display. Yes, here. Ini tadi yang saya klik. Ya. Ini adalah modul dan panduan. Ini originally diproduksi oleh Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Dasar Menengah, dan di sini ada modul ajar bahasa Inggris. Ya, IPAS ada, dan guru yang menyumbangkan ini kita kurasi, mereka kurasi, kemudian ini bahasa Inggris. Kelas 1 contohnya, dan bisa diunduh dengan mudah. Mari kita lihat sama-sama supaya kita tahu. Nanti pada pukul 1 pada saat workshop kita akan membicarakan hal ini. Sebentar, kita tunggu sebentar. Dan selain ini juga di PMM, di platform Merdeka Mengajar, ada series of video materials. Video yang memberikan petunjuk kepada para guru untuk menggunakan bahasa Inggris dalam classroom language, talking about giving instruction. Nah, ini salah satu modul ajar. Let's answer the color. Dan di sini sudah dikurasi. Ada tujuan pembelajarannya, ada pertemuan satu apa yang harus dilakukan guru, dan seterusnya. Dan ini banyak. Itulah sebabnya saya merasa sedikit berbahagia bahwa saat ini the regulation is not just issued, but it is accompanied with some help by the government. So again, ladies and gentlemen, are we still think that teaching English in primary school as just an innovation? Or this is a must-do action? It's all up to us actually. Yes? Oh, ini masih saya tidak bisa. Oke. Saya masih harus ke setting. Saya agak tua tapi kayaknya masih oke kok. Bukan agak tua sih, tua. Yes. Nah, jadi banyak sekali. Nah, kemudian kawan-kawan, teman-teman dosen, teman-teman guru, para calon guru bahasa Inggris. Mari sama-sama kita cermati apa transformasi yang sedang dilakukan ini. Apakah transformasi ini pihak pada anak atau tidak? Jangan hanya berbicara berpihak pada guru. Guru ada regulasinya. Tetapi ketika sudah menjadi guru, menjadi dosen, apakah yang kita lakukan berpihak pada anak atau tidak? At the early stage of learning in the next language, children use what they see and hear. That's why I recommend improving the quality of the competence of English teachers is a must, because children make sense through the language that is used. Based on the British Council report on EYL practice in 2010, in 6 provinces in Indonesia, it's recommended that we have appropriate resource book. Still, those who write textbook are writing textbook for the sake of helping students to do the tests, not yet providing activities that improve the quality of communication. Proper assessment. Assessment is not a test. 30 years ago when I did my master degree in the UK, my paper was why test if we can assess. At that time, I thought already that English test is killing the students' ability, because when the classroom process, students interact, communicate, but then at the end it is tested with multiple choice. How are you today? The first answer, I'm fine, thank you. The second answer, fine. The third answer, well. The fourth answer, okay. And the four answers are all correct. But if the answer is not, I'm fine, thank you, it's wrong. Yeah? That's part of the wrong practice that at the end creates social segregation, social injustice. Proper training for teachers, teacher trainer. Mau bikin teacher training, yang mentraining siapa? Kalau yang training cuman bawa PowerPoint, what for? Training English teacher. And regular professional development activities. They are now provided online, all there, and is done by expert. Not me, many experts in Indonesia. Yeah? Experts who are willing to contribute, to volunteer. It's not everything should be sold. To help improving quality of young people who are not lucky enough to have privilege in an economically balanced family. We need to improve quality of teaching. That's how our integrity is shown. So the best way to encourage the acquisition of new language for child is to have happy experiences with friendly person in sympathetic surrounding where learning is spontaneous and done quite unconsciously. And this can only be done by teachers who understand the pedagogy and have sufficient English. So now, whether you decide teaching English in primary school is an innovation or a must-do action, we all English educators need to collaborate for better Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the outstanding presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 5 minutes to go. So now we open question and answer session. So I hope that I can get one questioner from the on-site participant and maybe another one from the online one. Okay? So please, if you have question to Bu
It
Ica.
can be question or confirmation or argument.
Oh, okay. Please mention your name and where are you from?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Aini Rahayu Suryaning Tias. I teach in SD 1 Kesambi, Mejobo. Okay. Actually, I was an English teacher for many years ago, but I moved to or I take other studies. I take PGSD because so many years government ignore English teacher in elementary school. This is the problem, ma'am, because we know we must.
It's not the problem anymore.
Yeah. So right now or nowadays, many schools are find difficulties in finding English teacher for their student. It is happened in my school. When I moved to class teacher, there's no English teacher anymore in my school. And it's a pity because maybe the headmaster, she cannot, campur in Indonesia, hire other teacher because the teacher are full and we don't have money to give the salary to the teacher. So my children also study with me in same school, and he always complain, ngapa sih Bu guru bahasa Inggrisnya kok begini, ndak bisa ngomong bahasa Inggris, cuma ngasih tugas-tugas gitu aja. That is the problem. The number of English teacher in primary school is decreasing because actually all of them or most of them move to PGSD. You know, ma'am, we are many years feel very sad, tired, waiting for government to look us. We are here. We are also teacher. We are also And this is question or confirmation, I don't know.
It is a confirmation and I can directly answer the question, yes? Yes, that's the situation, but by the regulation now, actually school can use the teachers who have English background to teach English. Because when, we, I think, experience a 1 year of discussion. Saya baru dapat ini. Menteri ikut mendiskusikan concernnya tentang kualitas bahasa Inggris di SD. Dia sampai mengatakan, tolong diperhitungkan betul kalau meminta guru kelas mengajar. Karena usulan saya sebagai expert di English for Young Learners, usulan saya adalah guru kelas. Kenapa? Karena guru kelas mempunyai waktu bertemu dengan anak yang cukup banyak. Sehingga bisa spill dikit-dikit gitu. Instruction apa dalam bahasa Inggris. Tetapi kemudian itu kan tidak banyak yang berani. Jadi oleh sebab itu diutamakan sekolah yang mempunyai guru bahasa Inggris yang bagus kayak jenengan itu bisa digunakan, kok digunakan ya, yang nggak digunakan lah. Diberi tugas untuk mengajar bahasa Inggris di kelas-kelas lain kan cuma 2 jam seminggu. Jadi kalau pas pelajaran mata pelajaran yang diganti ampuh oleh guru lain, nah jenengan boleh masuk untuk ngajar. Ini sepertinya regulasi di tingkat daerah yang harus diatur karena nggak semua bisa diatur dari Senayan.
Masalahnya itu kan biasanya GTT atau
Seto ojo masalah wae. Keadaan.
I'm sorry.
Keadaan kita tuh kok masalah tok gak over solusi, over masalah. Keadaan itu keadaan. Wes, keadaannya apa?
Untuk honorer yang masih berada di sekolah itu kan membutuhkan jam gitu loh memang.
Ya.
Jadi ada pembagian itu biar rata, biar ini enggak nganggur kedatangan P3K, terus akhirnya ya terpaksa dikasih jam bahasa Inggris walaupun dia itu enggak kompeten biar
ya itu kan ngerusak hanya karena memenuhi administrasi tapi menghancurkan motivasi anak.
Benar, saya merasa sedih itu melihat anak saya.
Usul lo sama kepala sekolahmu. Kepala sekolahmu usul lo. Jadi yang P3K ini biar substitute the teacher kayak jenengan yang bagus bahasa Inggrisnya pada saat jenengan ngajar di kelas lain. Yo, itu solusi. Oke?
Yang nggak punya guru bahasa Inggrisnya itu gimana itu?
Nah, ya nanti itu, itu nanti diurusi negara. Dan para kasih di kecamatan itu harus ngerti persoalan itu. Nah, permasalahannya kebijakan dari Senayan untuk sampai nyampe di kelasmu, iki terminalnya oke. Dan setiap terminal membuat asumsi sendiri-sendiri. Padahal sekarang informasinya sudah ada di cloud yang bisa diakses oleh semua orang untuk memastikan informasinya sama. Yo, golek apa meneh? Wes. Tinggal kemauan. Ayo sama-sama. Mari kita saling bergotong royong. Ini urusan bangsa, bukan urusan pelajaran bahasa Inggris SD. Betapa malangnya kita melihat anak-anak muda yang hanya menonton tenaga kerja yang punya kemampuan lebih baik. Dan biasanya yang menonton adalah anak-anak yang seharusnya dapat ditolong. Dia bisa ditolong melalui KIP atau program-program apa untuk sekolah. Tetapi kalau sekolahnya tidak menghasilkan kualitas perbaikan dalam dirinya, what are they for?
Nanti saya merampas jamnya orang gitu.
Ya jangan ngomong tentang merampasnya. Kita ngomongin memberdayakan anak-anak. Yuk,
Yes, thank
nanti
you.
hubungi saya kalau kepala sekolahnya nanya.
Yes, thank you very
Oke.
much, Ma'am
Terima
Ice.
kasih Ibu, your
Yes.
English is so good. Dan yang kayak begini-begini ini yang pada tahun 2013 terpaksa harus disingkirkan. Yes? Iya, I'm with you, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Silakan.
Okay, thank you very much and give one more applause to our keynote speaker. And unfortunately, the time is over for the discussion. So as the end of this, the first sessions, I don't want to have like conclusions, but I think that to remind us or to give informations to our headmasters, so you can play the YouTube of this conference at your school, yeah? Okay, so they can see what Bu Ica already said, yeah? Including using LKS is criminal. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for as the moderator if I have mistake to lead this program. Thank you very much. And if you want to know the actions of, the classroom action of Bu Ica, yeah, later on you can join the workshop sessions this afternoon.
The workshop this afternoon is not going to be me giving the activity, but we are going to go through the activity that has been provided and video, series of 30 videos that has been produced by young teachers, not me, to help primary school English teachers.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I give it back to the MC.
Thank you very much for Pak Mutohar and Dr. Ica Khadijah MA. Once again, please give big round of applause for Dr. Ica Khadijah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the inconvenience. There will be a seat change on the schedule. So we'll have Dr. Hafizah Hajimia at the moment. She will be here with us virtually. For the presentation, it will be a video recording and you are allowed to give question. And now, we'd like to invite Dr. Muhsyafei MPD as the moderator.
Happy audience, all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Now we are going to have a session by Dr. Hafizah Hajimia from UUM. UUM is the first Malaysian university partner of UMK. Yeah. It is located in the border of Thailand and Malaysia. And because of technical concerns, some technical concerns, Ibu Hafiza will have a video recording for you, but she welcomes questions and comments. Yeah. And before we proceed, let me introduce myself. I'm Safei, your moderator of the session, and I come from English Education Department. Before we go to the video session by Ibu Dr. Hafiza Hajimia, let me read a brief CV of her. Yeah, the full name is Dr. Hafiza binti Hajimia, and she is a senior lecturer of Universitas Utara Malaysia, College of Arts and Sciences. Yeah. Her research interests covering technology in education, genre studies, corpus studies, and applied linguistics. In this session, Ibu Hafiza Hajimia will present a topic entitled Transforming Language Pedagogy and Education Technology Infused Genre-Based Approach. Yeah, without further ado, please kindly listen to the video and provide some questions, both online and offline, to the video. Yeah.
Okay. And good morning to all the esteemed colleagues, educators, and fellow enthusiasts of language pedagogy in Indonesia and around the world. Thank you to Universitas Muria Kudus, Rector, to TEYLIN Conference Committee members, and most of all to Pak Mutohar for inviting me to give a talk in this prestigious conference. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for submitting a video recording of my plenary speech. I'm having some internet difficulties here, and I would not want to disappoint the committee, thus I am submitting this video recording, and I would like to truly apologize for this misfortune. Okay, I am Dr. Hafiza from University Utara Malaysia. It is an true honor to stand before you today to share some insights from my journey as both a researcher and an educator. My presentation is titled Transforming Language Pedagogy and EdTech Infused Genre-Based Approach. This title reflects the evolving landscape of language education, where traditional methods must give way to more dynamic, technology-driven and student-centered approaches. Today, I aim to take you through a transformative journey, one that begins with research and culminates in practical classroom applications. My hope is that by the end of this presentation, you will feel inspired to integrate some of these ideas into your own teaching practices, particularly when you're working with young learners. As we all know, language learning has long been a challenge for both second and foreign language learners, as well as for the educators who strive to guide them. Despite the availability of numerous innovative approaches, traditional methods of language learning continue to dominate our classrooms. These methods often fail to address the diverse needs of modern students, leaving them underprepared for real-world communication. This brings us to a crucial question. When is language pedagogy going to change? The world is changing rapidly. Technology is reshaping how we interact, how we work, and how we learn. Yet, many of our classrooms remain stuck in the past, relying on outdated methods that no longer serve our students effectively. It's time for a shift towards methods that not only innovate but also rooted in research and proven to work. When are we going to change our language education to Education 4.0, and currently we are in 5.0, whereby language learning takes place everywhere, anytime, anywhere. It becomes personal, flexible delivery, okay, practical applications, and other things. Okay, when is language pedagogy going to actually change towards this line? So I start thinking, what's the solution? How can we bridge the gap between traditional methods and the needs of today's learners? One powerful approach is to encourage language learners to become researchers in their own right. Instead of simply absorbing information, students should be actively engaging, for example, with text, analyzing different types of writing, and understanding how language works in various contexts. This is, for example, if you're teaching them writing skills. Okay. In my experience, when students are given the tools and the opportunity to explore language as researchers, for example, with writing skills, they develop a deeper understanding of types of texts and writing styles. This approach not only enhances their language skills but also prepares them for real-world communication, whether in the workplace. Okay, once your young learners grow up, they need to go up and start working, right? So whether in workplace or in social interactions, by engaging in research-based activities, just like science, just like chemistry, just like physics, okay? They conduct research, they conduct activities in the lab. So by engaging in research-based activities in language learning, students can connect what they learn in the classroom with real-world applications. This shift from passive learning to active exploration transforms the educational experience, making it more relevant and impactful, making it to be more student-centered, which we are moving towards now. Okay, more student-centered rather than teacher-centered. However, we must acknowledge the complexity of tasks before us as language educators. Language learning is not a one-size-fits-all endeavor. There are countless genres. For example, in writing itself, there are countless genres, each with its own set of rules, structures, and communicative purposes. From academic writing to business communication, from social media posts to technical documentation, narrative writing. Okay, each genre presents its own challenges. However, can language learners and educators navigate? How can language learners and educators navigate this vast landscape? How can we ensure that our students are equipped to handle the wide variety of genres they will encounter in their professional and personal lives? The answer lies in a structured approach that systematically introduces students to these genres and teaches them how to navigate the complexities of professional discourse. In terms of young learners, academic discourse, okay? For example, story writing, email writing, comic writing, okay? All these discourses related to young learners' classroom. The solution is not only language learners converting themselves as researchers, But we as language educators, we need to transform ourselves into researchers, come educators. Okay, first researcher and then educator. This brings me to the core of my presentation, the genre-based pedagogy framework. I'm more focused on writing skills, improving of written skills. Okay, so this genre-based pedagogy framework integrates several key components to create a comprehensive approach to language teaching. We will directly target based on English for specific purposes, ESP. In the end, students need to be able how to write for certain purpose. Okay, for example, email writing, they need to learn how to write email for specific purposes, for to request something from the teacher maybe. Okay, so it needs to be for specific purposes, and even though they are young learners, it is essential to train them from the beginning itself, from the root, from the young level, from the young stage as possible. Okay, so ESP, what is it? Tailoring language instruction to meet the specific needs of learners. What is their needs? Tailor it according to their needs. Okay, genre theory. Understanding the structure and purposes of different types of text is essential. Corpus linguistics, using empirical data, authentic data from real-world languages used to inform teaching practices. For example, newspaper articles, okay, using corpus linguistics to analyze those data and using empirical data from newspaper articles to inform students. Okay, educational theories. Okay, finally, applying proven educational principles to enhance learning outcomes. Together, these components form a powerful framework that can be applied in the classroom to teach language more effectively. This approach not only helps students understand the form and functions of different genres, but also gives them the tools they need to produce coherent and purposeful writing, indirectly helping the educators themselves to actually understand the different types of genres out there. Okay, by combining ESP, genre theory, corpus linguistic, and education theories, we can create a learning environment that is both innovative and grounded in research. Now, allow me to share a bit about my journey from being a PhD scholar to becoming an educator, which actually helped me to develop the CBF framework. Okay, which actually developed me to becoming a researcher in my teaching, during my teaching. Okay, my doctoral research focused on the genre analysis of Malaysian newspaper reports. This research led to the development of corpus-based framework designed specifically for teaching English for specific purposes courses, particularly in the context of media discourse. One of the key outcomes of my research was the creation of My Coronas, the Malaysian corpus of online newspaper articles. This corpus provided a rich data set that allowed me to analyze the language used in Malaysian newspaper reports and identify the linguistic patterns that characterize the genre. Through this research, I was able to develop a framework that not only aids in teaching language but also helps students understand the cultural and contextual nuances of texts that they are studying. This approach bridges the gaps between research and practice, making academic findings directly applicable in the classroom. Okay. This is the framework of my PhD thesis, of my PhD research. I am not going to explain much about this. We are not going to touch too much about this. I am just showing you this framework whereby this is how I have been constructing my language lessons Okay, this is how I've been transforming English language pedagogy in my classrooms for almost every semester. Okay, initially it is a bit difficult, but once you get used to it, it becomes easy, it becomes a norm. Okay, as I mentioned just now, I conducted a genre analysis on newspaper report and I framed it within ESP, English for Specific Purposes, and so I focused on structural linguistics patterns, discourse markers, okay, the frequency, the pattern, the functions. Okay, so for example, in the classroom I'm teaching students how to write a story, okay, how to write a narrative essay, how to write my dreams, okay, my hobbies. So I collect all the samples out there, all good written stories out there, okay, and I analyze the part of speech, the words that's being used there. For example, discourse markers, how are the discourse markers being used, how are the conjunctions being used, how are the verbs being used. Okay, I, as an educator, I conduct research based on this framework, this genre analysis framework, this style, and then I come up with a template, with a draft, with the outline, and I create activities based on those and I implement it in the classroom. Okay, so we still need to cater to the CLOs in the lesson. I will modify my findings. Basically, it will be materials development. I will develop my materials based on this framework, okay, and cater it to our CLOs and carry it out in the classroom. Okay, so this is me, an educator, being the researcher at the same time the facilitator. Okay, as I mentioned just now, I developed activities based on the CBF framework, okay, based on the framework which I developed. And for example, in my classroom, I want to expose students to the style of writing a newspaper article. Okay, thus by applying the CBF framework, I managed to develop several classroom activities that are based on corpus-based framework CBF. These activities are designed to help students engage with text in a meaningful way by focusing on specific linguistic patterns and their functions within different genres. These activities are not just about learning language, they are about using language effectively in real-world text. Okay, for example, in this line, okay, you can see that this is a newspaper article. Okay, based on my research and findings, I managed to identify the functions of each sentences. Okay, elaborating the event, introducing news lead, narrating unrelated events, providing supporting facts. So manually, I conduct the analysis and identify all the functions of each paragraph. So this is not this result, this findings, this elaborating the event, introducing the news lead and everything, which we call as moves, okay, or stages, which in genre term, okay, it is known as moves. This was not determined by analyzing only this one newspaper article. I actually compiled about 30 newspaper articles related to environmental, 30 related to politics, 30 related to social issues. Okay, so overall 90. And this example, this is a political news example. I compiled all this and I manually identified. Okay, we can do it manually, and there are also tools which can identify it automatically. You just need to put in the first sets of instruction. Once again, back to technology. Okay, first sets of instructions, and it will help to identify moves for each paragraph. Okay, and finally, once you have reached a level where we call it as I can't remember the term, okay? Once you have reached certain level where there's repetition of findings, repetition of moves identified, elaborating the events, it's being repeated, the same thing starts happening. Then you stop. I stopped. So I stopped at 30 since it was repeating, and I developed my activities, the materials based on those steps, those stages. Okay, so I'm not going to elaborate too much on the steps and stages. Okay, we are not conducting a workshop here, right? So it's just a plenary. So that is how I came up with this table, elaborating the event, introducing, and I will give this material to students, and confidently I will tell them, okay, these are the section, these are the parts that is identified in a newspaper article. So based on this, please write, please fill in the blanks. Okay, so for example, this activity is filling in the blanks. So they will be referring to all the stages, and they will be putting it into the framework. Okay, and finally they will be writing on their own. They will be writing a whole newspaper report based on this activity, this fill in the blanks activity. And we can actually confidently do this in the classroom because it is authentic. It is based on your own research, your own findings. You don't have to refer to other people's findings, other people's research in the textbook. Like in the textbook, somebody must have written something which might be useful to your student, which might cater to your student's level, which may not cater to your students' level. So you know your students best. You design it by yourself, you develop it by yourself, you create it by yourself. Give it to your student, let them look at it, let them analyze it, let them put it into the context. Let them start writing with clear understanding and not just memorization. Okay, this is what I meant as transforming the pedagogy using CBF framework. As I transitioned from being a student and researcher to becoming an educator, I realized that the insights gained from my research could be directly applied to the classroom. My experience taught me that teaching is not just about transferring knowledge, it's about helping students discover and create knowledge for themselves. In the classroom, I began by identifying the linguistic patterns, okay, as I explained just now, okay, that are most relevant to my students' needs. Okay, once again, back to our ESP, okay. I then developed lesson plans that incorporated these patterns, always keeping in mind the importance of student autonomy, and authentic learning context. One of the key lessons I learned during this transition was the importance of adaptability in teaching. As educators, we must constantly adjust our methods to meet the needs of our students who come from diverse backgrounds with varying levels of proficiency and different learning styles. This realization led me to incorporate more student-centered approaches into my teaching. For instance, I found that scaffolding, breaking down complex tasks into manageable steps, was crucial for helping students grasp the more challenging aspects of genre-based writing. By gradually increasing the complexity of the task, I was able to build my students' confidence and competence, allowing them to take ownership of their learning. Moreover, I discovered the value of incorporating authentic professional context into the classrooms. By linking classroom activities to real-world scenarios, students could see the relevance of what they were learning and were more and were more motivated to engage with the material. Okay, this approach not only enhanced their understanding of language but also prepared them for the types of communication that they would encounter in their professional life, in their social life, okay, in their future careers. In developing my pedagogy, I placed a strong emphasis on outcome-based learning, OBL. Okay, this approach ensures that all teaching activities are aligned with clear, measurable learning outcomes. To achieve this, I integrated several key educational theories into my framework. Number one, Bloom's taxonomy, the most common and most familiar. Okay, this hierarchical model helps in categorizing educational goals. By using Bloom's taxonomy, I ensured that my lessons targeted different levels of cognitive skills, from basic recall of facts to higher order thinking skills like analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Next, since we are teaching students language learning, so second language acquisition, for example, we Asian, we are more on second language, right? So fall back on second language acquisition models. These models provided insights into how students acquire a second language, helping me tailor my instruction to support their language development more effectively. Next, scaffolding. As mentioned earlier, scaffolding was central to my teaching approach. By providing structured support and gradually removing it as students become more proficient, I was able to foster independent learning. These theories were not just abstract concepts. They were practical tools that I used to design lessons that were both effective and engaging for my CBFs. Okay, the results was a teaching approach that not only helped students achieve their learning outcomes but also equipped them with the skills they needed to succeed beyond classroom. As we move towards an era of education 4.0, 5.0 now, where technology and personalized learning play increasingly significant roles, it is essential that our teaching methods evolve as well. The integration of EdTech with genre-based pedagogy is not just a trend, it is a necessary shift that can empower both educators and students. Outcome-based learning, supported by robust educational theories, enhanced by the tools of technology, provides a framework for teaching that is both modern and effective. It allows us to meet the diverse needs of our students, preparing them not only to succeed in their academic endeavors, but also to thrive in the professional world. To my fellow educators, I encourage you to reflect on your current teaching practices and consider how you might integrate these concepts into your own classrooms. The transition from traditional methods to a more dynamic, research-informed approach may require effort, but the rewards are well worth it. By embracing change, we can better support our students' journeys as language learners and help them become confident, competent communicators in an increasingly complex world, as well as preventing burnout, educators burnout, boredom in the classroom, overwork, workload overloaded, okay, catering to the generation gap and various issues, okay, as well as helping out us as educators to be better off. Before I conclude, I want to make myself available to you for any further discussions or questions you might have about implementing these strategies in your own classrooms. Okay, if you feel like you would like to further your research by using this technique. If you feel like you would like to pursue your PhD perhaps, or your master's perhaps in this field, or if you feel like conducting this in your classrooms and you need more consultation regarding this, or you would like to collaborate in any research related to this or any other fields, okay, you may contact me. Okay, my contact number is 01259348857. You may WhatsApp to me, or please drop an email to drfizaclassroom@gmail.com. Okay, I will try to answer as much questions as possible here during this in this conference, in this session, if I'm allowed to. However, if I am unavailable, if my line is not good, then please, I welcome any collaboration, any suggestions related to this, and please drop an email to me, and please feel free to reach out to me if you would like to discuss these ideas further, or if you need support in applying these concepts in your teaching or for your PhD research. I am passionate about this work, and I am eager to collaborate with others who share the same commitment to advancing language education. Thank you for your attention. Bye-bye. Take care.
Let's give her a big applause to Dr. Nafisa. Yeah. Okay, we are supposed to stop at 11, and as Bu Hafisa said in the presentation, that you may send your comments and questions to her mobile or to her email, yeah. Okay, and for offline responses, I would like to invite the participants who come from the most distant universities or institutions. May I know who come from the most distant place to Kudus? From West Java, Surabaya, but not you, Andy. From Surabaya, from Bandung, no? Who are available offline now? From Jember, anybody come from Jember? Hello? Yeah, please give applause to those who come from Jember. Bapak Ibu who come from Jember, yeah. Jember is not new to me because my daughter-in-law comes from Jember. Okay. Bapak Ibu, may I know your name? Yeah. Yes. And while you introducing yourself, please kindly give your brief ideas related to the presentation of Ibu Hafisa. The relevance of education technology and genre-based approach to teaching young learners. Yeah, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Made.
Made, okay.
Okay, I'm not from Jember actually. I'm from Bali.
Oh,
but hi.
Yeah.
But I have been working in Jember since 1989. It's been a long time, right? But I can't speak Javanese.
Okay.
I like teaching children. I experienced teaching children in La Trobe for 2 years. When I got a scholarship continuing my study for master's degree there. Okay. And at Jember University, I was asked to to make a children English for young learners center at language center. I also experienced teaching in one of the schools in Jember, in SD, in elementary schools in Jember. Why? Because my children were accepted studying there after they experienced studying in Melbourne for 3 years. Then the principal asked me to help the school teaching the children, and I had to do that because he accepted my children studying there. I helped teaching there, and at that time the school was an RSBI. RSBI,
yes.
okay. I was really happy because I had been teaching there for many years, and then the students' English are very good, and the facility of the schools are very good because after the class in the afternoon, they have an extra English classes, and I was responsible for teaching them. It was very common for all the students in that school to use English in their communication, and I was so happy. But then when I realized that the policy is stopped by the government, no more RSBI, I was very sad. Okay. Kalau boleh dilihat lulusannya sekarang itu sudah sarjana, sudah ada yang S2 dan bahasa Inggris mereka bagus. But now I was a little bit sad because that school only gives one meeting for English, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not teaching in that school anymore. Okay, so a technology. Okay, back to that question. A technology is very important because nowadays, without technology, teaching English is not that very interesting for the students. Okay, but again, exercises. Is also important. Teaching materials and the teaching techniques used by the teachers must be very appropriate. Okay, being a teacher is not that easy because the teachers first needs to be friendly, and the students need to love their teachers. Because by loving their teachers, they can learn English very well. Okay, so that's it. That's my comment. Just please call me Madi. Okay, thank you very much, Bapak. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Made, for your nice sharing. Yeah, Pak.
Thank you. My name is Bambang Suharjito.
Pak, sorry.
Bambang Suharjito.
Bambang Suharjito. Okay.
I've been teaching English at the English department in the University of Jember at the same year with her.
Okay.
But I come from Salatiga actually.
Oh, really?
Not from Jember. Concerning with the teaching of English in the elementary school, I know that the government has imposed. It's actually, I have only one comment. Good news and bad news, actually. The good news one is that English has now been reactivated in the primary school, but this will become a big work for the elementary teachers, actually.
Yes. Okay.
That we will discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. And the last one for this session, yes, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ika. I am a new lecturer actually, so I am still learning a lot of things regarding to the education. Yes. But previously, I have taught the elementary school, primary school, and in my school previously, we actually have used English as the medium of instruction. Okay. And I do agree if English is infused for the subject in elementary school, because we have to put the basic for the students so that they can communicate using English as the international language. Thank you, Bapak.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ika, for sharing. Okay, again, please give a big hand to Bu Made, Pak Bambang, and Bu Ika. Unfortunately, this is the end of the session because the next speaker, Kathy Kampa, is already online. Again, if you have any comments, questions to Ibu Dr. Hafizah, you may write down your question and comments in the WhatsApp group, and I'm going to forward them to Dr. Hafizah. And to end the sessions, let me give a comment to if at your school you have no competent English teacher, just if I am the headmaster, I would like to ask the class to watch YouTube. Yeah, you don't have to teach, just ask them to watch YouTube in English. That's all. I think it's better than teaching English by incompetent teachers. Yeah, that's my comment for you. Okay, sorry for this. And let's end this session by having Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, and I wish you have a great day in UMK. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Dr. Musyafei, MPD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next is certificate appreciation for Dr. Hafizah Hajimia. Once again, please give applause for Dr. Hafizah Hajimia from University Utara Malaysia. And now stepping to the next plenary session. The next plenary is being held for online session with the speaker is Mrs. Kathy Kampa from United States of America. And now we'd like to invite Dr. Fitri Budi Suryani MPD to be the moderator.
Good morning, everyone. Are you still with us? Okay, good. In this plenary session, I will be the moderator, and we are thrilled to have Kathy Kampa as our speaker in this session. She is an esteemed expert in teaching English to young learners. And Kathy has an impressive background as an ELT author, speaker, teacher, trainer at Oxford University Press since 1998 until now. Okay. Please allow me to read her background, her CV, because I'm afraid that I will miss a single thing, which actually an impressive CV from her. Okay. Kathy Kampa is a teacher trainer who has taught young learners in Japan for over 30 years. As a primary years program teacher, she uses an inquiry-based approach to teaching through which students develop English language fluency as they discover the world around them. Kathy promotes the development of global skills and learner agency while nurturing a climate of success for all students. Kathy and her husband, Charles Felina, are co-authors of Magic Time, Everybody Up, Oxford Discover ELT on Winner, and Beehive in 2022, all published by Oxford University Press. Kathy and Charles have conducted numerous teacher training sessions around the world on global skills, learner agency, CLIL, music and movement for young learners, classroom management, and brain-based learning. Kathy's two CDs for young learners, there is Kathy Kampa's Special Days and Holidays and Jam Jam Everyone, build English language skills through music and movement while nurturing creativity and imagination. Okay, so today we are honored to hear her insights in her presentation entitled Planting the Seeds of a Growth. Planting the Seeds of a Growth, 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 Planting the Seeds of a
Can you all hear me? Can everyone hear me? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And can you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So let's get started. Okay, so yes, there you go. So today my theme is planting the seeds of a growth mindset in our young learners. And I'm so excited to share this. This is a plenary that I was able to give last year in Japan, and I was honored to do that. So before we begin, you'll need something to write with if you have a pencil and pen. And if you have a scarf handy, please feel free to use your scarf. We'll be using that today in the presentation. It's hard for you to see it, I guess, there. And I'll be referencing this blog, the Oxford University Press Growth Mindset blog. So today we're going to be doing some things where you'll be doing some reflections. And so we have a chant. This is OYO. It stands for on your own. So I'll say, on your own, ready, let's write. Let's say it together. On your own, ready, let's write. And I'll give you some prompts when I'd like you to write. So you've had a busy day. I've had a busy day too, trying to get everything set for you. So I'd like to share this little whole body listening. So let's listen to the music. Put your hands over your heart. My eyes are ready. My ears are ready. My heart shows that I care. My brain is ready. I'm thinking about learning. Take a deep breath. Now I hope that you're ready to start learning today. Okay, when we celebrate learning, I have a success chant, and that success chant goes like this. You can use your fingers and we'll count backwards. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. Can you join me? 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. I can't see all of you here, but I'm sure you're joining me in doing this chant. Okay, are you ready to grow some new ideas? I've got my watering can ready. So today, as curious educators, we will be able to identify ways to nurture a growth mindset in our teaching situations. Currently, I'm teaching children who are very young, and so I'm going to be dealing with some of our youngest children as well as getting the older children as well. So today, I'd like to ask you to keep track of some of the words or ideas that inspire you. And you might want to use your pencil and write these on stems or on flower petals. You can see the image that I have in front of you. So I'll ask you to keep track of some of those ideas. Today, we're going to be looking at 7 different areas: nurturing the whole child, growth mindset, thinking and language, learner agency, creating a climate of curiosity and wonder, timely descriptive feedback, perseverance, and success. We have a lot of things to do, so let's keep moving. As many of you know, I live in Minnesota, and here in Minnesota, last summer and this summer, we planted a garden. And here you can see all the things that we planted in our garden: kale, mustard greens, daikon, squash, potatoes, beans. This was the first year we planted something. So when we plant seeds in the soil, we really don't know how and when they're going to come up. But what we do know is there's a lot of potential, a lot of hidden potential beneath the ground. So think about, what do we need to do to help seeds grow? Well, if you've grown any plants, you need to make sure that they have fertile soil. We need to water them and make sure that they get enough sun. We pull out the weeds, we give them enough space, and some plants might need some support to grow. We put sticks up, we protect them from bugs and hungry animals, and we give them some space. Well, our students are like the little seeds we plant in our gardens. Our goal is to nurture each student, allowing them to grow to their full potential and to develop a growth mindset. So think about your teaching situation. Here are the many situations that I've taught in. I've taught students online. I've taught in a kindergarten. I've taught after-school classes in a school. I've taught classes in my home. You can see this Halloween party. And I've even taught junior high school students. What does your teaching situation look like, and what do your students need to succeed? So we'll be looking at that today. So as we plant seeds, it's important to know what they need to grow and how do we support them. So how are you nurturing the whole child in your classroom? Think about, what do you want your students to know, and how do you help your students grow into learners? What do you want them to know? So for example, you might say something like, I want my students to know vocabulary and grammar. Those are two very important things, vocabulary and grammar. But we might want to add more to that. We might want to think about what we want our students to be able to do and how our learners develop. So for example, this is a couple pages from our new book, Buzz. I might say, I want my students to be able to understand English. I want them to communicate in English through reading, writing, speaking, and listening, maybe even viewing, using their bodies. I want them to be able to give speeches by themselves, but also to communicate in pairs, in small groups, and with the whole class. And as some of you mentioned, English should be something that's really enjoyable for our students. We want them to be happy in our classes. Something that we did at my PYP school, at the IB school, is we helped our students develop attitudes of learning. And I think these attitudes of learning are an essential part of a young child's education. So for example, we can look at enthusiasm. We want our students to really enjoy learning. I really value creativity in my class. I want my students to use their imagination. I want them to have commitment, to keep on going, to appreciate the world around them, to be independent in their work, also to be able to work together, to be able to tell the truth, respect others, to be tolerant, to be curious, to be empathetic, and to have confidence in themselves. These are called the PYP attitudes. Oxford University Press also reframes some of these ideas as global skills. And if you want to take a picture of this QR code, you can see these different global skills. So for example, communication and collaboration, students being able to talk together and to work together as a team. Next, we have creativity, coming up with their own ideas, and critical thinking, being able to understand all the information that's given to them. Emotional self-regulation and well-being, that's really important in today's digital literacy. Our students are working online more than ever before. And intercultural competence and citizenship. Our world seems much smaller than it's ever been. And so we want them to feel that they understand people from different places and different countries. So my point to you is that we need to nurture the whole child, not just with knowledge, but with skills and attitudes for lifelong success. Okay, so now it's your turn to write. What words or ideas inspired you about nurturing the whole child? So on your own, ready? Let's write. Think about some of the things that we just talked about. Developing global skills, developing attitudes. What knowledge do you want your students to know? What do you want your students to be able to do? Take just a moment and write some of those things. What were some of the important things that you want your students to develop, to know, to be able to do? Okay, let's continue. Nurturing growth mindset thinking and language. In our classrooms, the words that we use in our classroom can really develop a growth mindset and the kind of thinking we want in our students. When I water my plants, I say beautiful things to them. You're doing a great job. You're so beautiful. Plants appreciate our encouraging words every time we water them. Think about in your classroom, if a student makes a mistake, what do you say? If a student succeeds, what do you say? How do you help your students navigate in your classroom? I love this graphic about growth mindset, thinking and language. We have two kinds of mindsets. We have the fixed mindset and we have a growth mindset. In a fixed mindset, we might be saying, I'll never be that smart. I want to avoid making mistakes. I'm not going to try anything new. This is good enough. I know best. That's the fixed mindset. You might put your arms like this to show that fixed mindset. But a growth mindset is different. In a growth mindset, we say feedback is valuable. When I share new ideas with my students, that helps them to grow. I improve with practice. I need to know what my next steps are. Is this my best work? What could I do to make it better? And mistakes help me learn. We want to build this language in our classrooms. So how does the language of fixed mindset impact learning? These are some fixed mindset things again. I always make mistakes. I'm not good at English. This is too hard for me. I give up. Now take out your pencil, and I'd like you to think about some things that you or a student you teach can't do. And please write 3 sentences. I can't, I can't, I can't. So please take just a moment to think about what's something that you can't do or a student that you teach can't do. Now we're going to change those sentences. Instead of saying, for example, I can't speak French, I can say, I can't speak French yet. Or I can't play the piano yet. Or I can change it to say, I can't play the piano today, or I can't read all 10 words today. Think about how that feels when we add the word yet, or we add the word today. How do those sentences feel different? We want to keep this strong word of yet or today present in our classrooms to help your students feel like they're growing and changing. So encourage your students to learn from their mistakes. I have a quote from Albert Einstein that says, anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. I think we've all made mistakes, and we have to help our students know that mistakes are tools for learning. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam inspired children, and he said, mistakes and fail. If you fail, never give up, because fail is a first attempt in learning. FAIL. First attempt in learning, FAIL. I really like this poster that you see on the left. This is from We Are Teachers. And if you click on this link, if you want to copy this link, weareteachers.com, make learning visible. These are things that you might want to post in your classroom. So let's say these together. So fold your arms like this and say, I'm no good at this. And now change and say, how can I improve? And change. I give up. Or let me try a different way. Or I failed. Or mistakes are part of learning. Or I'm all done. Have I done my best work? This is too hard. Or learning time. Or he is smarter than me. Or how can we learn from one another? Or I'll stick with what I know. Or I determine everything. Or my effort and attitude are everything. So Dr. Carol Dweck, whose work I'm citing here, is one of the experts on growth mindset. And these are some of the words that she's used in her book. This may be difficult and challenging, but I'm going to keep on trying. I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. I learn from my mistakes. Tell me what my next steps are so that I can improve. And the big important word, yet. I don't know how to do this yet. Or I can try something I've never done before. Please check out Dr. Carol Dweck's work. So think about, how do these words or ideas inspire you about mindset, language, or thinking? So on your own, ready, let's write. These were some of the words that we just looked at. Do you use some of these things with your students in your classroom? Think about these things on the left. How can I improve? Let me try a different way. Mistakes are part of learning. If these words are living in your classroom, your students will be developing a growth mindset. Okay, third, nurturing learner agency. This is a topic that I've talked about before. Learner agency refers to the feeling of ownership and a sense of control that learners have over their learning. Think about our plants. They need light from the sun to grow. They need warmth to grow, but each plant has different needs to reach its potential. This is the Oxford University Press growth mindset, learner agency paper. You might want to copy this code down, take a picture of it. Learners who have high learner agency have a growth mindset. They have the ability to learn and improve. They take risks and try new things, and they're resilient and confident that they can learn from their mistakes. In short, learners who develop their agency are not only prepared for success as language learners, but also for the challenges and opportunities that life affords beyond the classroom. Learner agency is really important, and it goes hand in hand with growth mindset. In my classroom, when I work on nurturing a learner agency, I give my students many ways to accomplish tasks. I look at using their words, using images, putting things into patterns or logic, using music, using their bodies, doing things with people, thinking by themselves, and thinking about how it connects in categories. This multiple intelligences pizza was developed by Dr. Thomas Armstrong, and it was based on the multiple intelligence theory by Dr. Howard Gardner. So I feel in a learner-centered classroom, students need to have choices. Even our very youngest learners can have choices. We listen to students' ideas. First, we need to build confidence by showing students what to do, and then we can build their creativity by giving them choices. So for very young learners, I usually give them just 2 choices to start. And this chant has been really popular in my classes. Yes. Think, 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 think. What should we do? Think, 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 think. What should we do? Should we make a small circle or should we make a big circle? Use your fingers. Which one do you want to make? So let's try that again. Think, 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 think. What should we do? Think, 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 think. What should we do? Excellent. Okay, here are some of my students in my online class. You can see that they're making shapes. Can you see all the different shapes that they're making? Do you see the big triangles, the small triangles? Do you see the stars? So let's do this experience. This is called my fingers dance. And you've been listening for a while, so now we can do this ourselves. Think about, think, 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 think. What should we do? How should we make the circle? Can you make a circle in your own way? Show me your circle. Oh, excellent. I see circles like this. I see circles like this. You can even use your arms if you want to make it even bigger. Think about your triangle. How will you make the triangle? Can you think of more than one way to make each shape? How can you make it? How can you make a heart? Think, 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 think. What should we do? How can you make a heart? So with my young learners, I can show them the shapes, or I can ask them to start thinking, how can they do it? Okay, we won't practice all the shapes. Let's get started. The fingers dance. This is on Jump, Jump, everyone. You're going to be moving your fingers. Let's make some shapes with our fingers. Can you make a circle with your fingers? Can you make a circle? My fingers, 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 fingers dance. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. Make a circle, look through it, take a picture. Click. Make a circle, look through it, take a picture. Click. Listen now. Now let's make a heart with our heart. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. Make a heart, look through it, take a picture. Make a heart, take a picture. Then let's make a triangle. Triangles. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. Make a triangle, look through it, take a picture. Make a triangle, look through it, take a picture. Click. Can you make a square with your fingers? Square, that's tricky. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. Make a square, take a picture. Make a square, take a picture. Wow, can you make a rectangle? Rectangle, that's tricky. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. Make a rectangle, take a picture. Make a rectangle, take a picture. Now it's time to make a beautiful, beautiful star. My fingers, 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 fingers dance. My fingers, 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 fingers. If you have a friend, you can make it a friend. Take a picture. Make it a star. Take a picture. Yay, you did a great job, everyone. If you have a friend, you can make it with your friends. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. Great job, everyone. I can see you there. So here are my students. You can see the different ways they made their shapes. They were really engaged and they came up with lots of critical and creative thinking. They were very proud of what they did and they had a lot of confidence and they worked together. When we teach letters to our students, we can personalize this by helping students find their names on cards using these kind of like magnetic letters. They can use pipe cleaners. Students can even pretend by painting letters with their fingers or using a scarf to pretend to paint letters. Here are my students. Can you see the letters they're making with their whole body? They can make letters with their fingers or with their arms or with their whole body. So you can see how I give my students a lot of choices in their learning. And they're like, Miss Campa, take my picture, take my picture. So you can see how they did that. This comes from Beehive Level 4. At the end of a unit, students can choose from the activities. So they can choose which 3 activities they want to do, and they write them in the notebook. So they can decide which final test they want to share to talk about their learning. Or you can make your own. This is the must-do task, but all of these activities focus on plot. And so there are many different ways that students can share their understanding of this big idea. The choice boards invite learners to choose the way they want to show their learning. Maybe they write a song, maybe they make a dance, maybe they write something or create a game. So think right now about learner agency. What do you want to remember about learner agency? And how will you give your learners choices? In your classroom, what are you going to do to give them some choices in their learning? On your own, ready, let's write. How will you give your learners choices in their learning? What can you do? So here are my students, and with my classes, the students, sometimes I prepare a little bag, and I can ask them, what's inside my little bag? What could it be? What's inside my little bag? Listen carefully. What's inside my little bag? What could it be? Are you ready? Open it, 1, 2, 3. I brought my frog today. So this is a song where you can inspire curiosity and wonder in your students. In this activity, the students were looking at leaves, and I don't know if your leaves change colors in the autumn, but in Japan, the leaves change colors. So we might use this prompt. What do you see? What do you feel? What do you smell? I see, I think, I wonder. How are they the same? How are they different? So my students really enjoyed this task. They looked at the leaves, they smelled them, they watched how they fell to the ground. They wondered, are the leaves the same as the ones at my house? Do all the leaves fall in the same way? They put them in groupings, and then we used our scarves and we made falling leaves. They really enjoyed this activity. So when you have hands-on things for your students and little surprises, that can make it really exciting for our students. So think about curiosity and wonder. How do you inspire curiosity? How do you inspire wonder? What things do you bring into your class that get kids really excited about learning? I heard someone say how you teach school in English. Using those CLIL activities can be one way that we can really inspire curiosity and wonder. Okay, I'm going to keep moving because we have so many things to do. I love this picture right here. We need to give students feedback. We need to guide them to their next steps. So plants need different types of support when they're growing. They need different amounts of sun and water, and they may even need different types of soil. Plants thrive in different environments. So how do we help each student in our class? I was very honored to work with Dr. John Hattie, and he talked about visible learning, and he described effective ways of giving students timely feedback to positively impact student learning. So when you see this girl, she's climbing up the wall. What is her next step? What is her next step? We need to think about that, like the zone of proximal development. What is the next step that students need in their personal learning? So we need to know our students well to help them on this journey. These were the peppers that I grew last year, and look at them. This was all taken at the same time, but these peppers were definitely at different stages in their journey. You might have students like this in your classroom, where each student needs something differently to guide them on their journey. Each student is unique. So in my classes, I use learning intentions and success criteria. In a learning intention, learners need to know what we want them to learn. A learning intention includes what they will know, do, or understand. And the success criteria tells them what success looks like. We give them a detailed explanation of what that will look like. So for example, this is about art. If we're going to teach children about art, we need to give them accurate information about where they're at now and where we hope for them to go. So instead of saying in art, what is it? We can say, tell me about your art. And they use the language of art to describe what they're talking about. Instead of saying, oh, that's really neat, you might talk about the lines or the patterns. We give descriptive feedback, and that gives students information about where they're at and reinforces the learning goal. It can help a student see what they're really working on and what can be improved. Then students know what to do next. We use the language of that task. If this is an art activity, we need to use the language of art. We see lines, we see patterns. This is from Tanya Gilchrist, who's a colleague and friend of mine. She talks about micro progressions. If we show students something like this, they can see how work can be improved. For example, in the first one, this drawing lacks details. As far as words, I use few or no words to describe what I saw. I see flowers. In the second one, the drawing shows some of what I saw and use some words to describe it. I see 2 pink flowers. Or the drawing shows what I saw in lots of details. I used many describing words. I see 2 pink flowers. The pink petals overlap and the centers are green and yellow. The students know what great work looks like. In Oxford University Press, we have this reflection, 2 stars and a wish. So after my students learned about origami and everybody up, then they reflected on their experience. What did they do well and what could they improve on? You can get this on the Oxford University Press website. Please feel free to take a picture of this QR code. So John Dewey said, we don't learn from our experiences, we learn from reflecting on our experience. So think about the feedback you give your students. What kind of feedback do you share with your students? Do you tick off the answers, or do you help them find how they can improve? If someone's made a mistake, how do you give them their next steps? On your own, ready, begin. Let's write. What are you thinking about feedback? How do you help your students move to their next steps? Well, when something is hard, our students need to have perseverance. To be honest, I'm currently studying French, and it means that every day I get online and I study, and it takes repeated practice to learn something new, especially something that's challenging. This means it's an ability to push through those challenges. So this is a little perseverance chant, and I'm just going to say it for you. If I were there with you all in the room, we would do this together and we could have 3 different parts, but I'll teach you each part. So this is more for your older students, your upper grade level students, but it goes like this: P-E-R, S-E-V, E-R-A, N-C-E. Do it with me. P-E-R. Can you join me? S-E-V, E-R-A, N-C-E. Then we say part 2. Perseverance. Keep on going. Perseverance. Don't give up. Join me. Perseverance, keep on going. Perseverance, don't give up. Can you join me? Believe, believe, you can do it. Believe, believe, you can do it. Yay. So this is really fun if we are all in the room together. I hope you enjoyed that chant. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. So perseverance also means stretching yourself and sticking to it when not going well. This is called the learning pit. It was developed by James Nottingham. And in the learning pit, we realize that something is hard. We accept the challenge. Then we say, uh-oh, this is harder than I thought, and I don't get it. And I'm down here in what they call the learning pit. And maybe you've had students who have had something that is really, really hard. If you share this image with them, they realize that they're not the only ones. This happens to all of us. And then I can learn other things, and wait a second, aha, I've understood it. So this is called the learning pit. Stretching yourself and sticking to it when something is not going well is an important part of growth mindset. This is my student, Mickey. And I have to tell you that Mickey was not my best student, but Mickey worked. On this day, she was able to put all these letters, uppercase and lowercase, in matching pairs, and she put them in alphabetical order. It's like, wow, this is great. I took a picture of her. I wanted to celebrate her success. So I call this CCBA, Catch Children Being Amazing. If you watch Ted Lasso talks about believing. We need to believe that all of our students can do this. We need to believe that all of our students can be successful. So here was Mickey, she did it. And this is where I taught some of my Japanese students in our house in Japan. Growing and learning are hard work, and plants appreciate our encouraging words every time we water them. So remember those seeds that we planted, the ones I planted at the farm? How did we help them reach the full potential? Well, think about the words and ideas that inspired you today. And I would like you to post those as reminders in your classroom. We talked about nurturing the whole child, using those attitudes, using the knowledge, using the skills, mindset, thinking, and language. The language that we use in our classroom really impacts our students. Learner agency, giving our students choices in their learning. Creating a curiosity and wonder. Maybe we have a little bag or we have a surprise that we bring to our classroom. Giving our students timely, descriptive feedback. Encouraging perseverance. We need to help our students through this point when learning is really tough, and we celebrate their success. So now, if you have a scarf, can you get your scarves ready? Can you see my scarf? We're going to scrunch up our scarves like this. You all have a scarf? Oh yes, great, great, great. And so you're going to show me your thumbs. So first we're going to say, let's plant a seed in the dirt and water it. Shh. I have my watering can. Shh. And watch it grow and grow and grow. Now show me your thumbs. So we say, here's a leaf and here's a leaf. Count them. 1, 2. Here's a bud. Here's a flower blooming just for you.
Okay, so you can use the scarf.
Yes, please use your scarf. Let's put the music on.
Do you have a scarf? Let's scrunch up our scarves.
Scrunch up your scarves.
Is your scarf very tiny?
Is it very tiny?
Are you
ready?
Let's pretend.
Let's pretend.
Have you got the
Let's
scarf?
plant seed in the dirt.
Plant a seed.
Water it.
Water it.
Now watch it grow
and grow and grow.
Now show me your thumbs.
Thumbs.
Here we
Thumbs.
go.
That's a hard word for my
Here's
kids.
a leaf.
Here's a leaf.
And here's
Here's
a
a
leaf.
leaf.
Count them.
One,
One, two.
two.
Here's a bud. Here's
The
a flower
flower.
blooming just for you.
Hooray! Let's do it
Let's
once
grab our
again.
scarves and do it again. Scrunch up our scarves. Is your scarf very tiny?
Yes, my scarf is
Are you
very
ready?
tiny. I'm ready.
Let's pretend. Let's plant
the
a seed in the dirt. Water it. Now watch it grow and grow and grow. Now show me your thumbs. Here's a
Here's
leaf
a leaf.
and here's a leaf. Count them. One, two.
two.
Here's a bud. Here's a flower blooming just for you.
Hooray! Yay! I hope you like that. My students always ask to do that more than once. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hooray for all the things we've done. Excellent. So here's my garden. As gardeners of your classroom, plant seeds in rich soil. Know what each seed, that is, each student, needs to grow. Make sure they have enough space in their learning. Give them the support they need to thrive. Choose the right environment. Where do your students need to learn best? Give them enough water and then add fertilizer when needed. What do your students really need? Give them sunshine and warmth to grow, and give them encouraging words and TLC. Know that each plant and each student has different needs to reach its potential. And finally, celebrate the aha moments and believe in the magic. So this was our garden at the end of last summer. Look at this. After tender, loving care, my mother-in-law watered it, and this is my husband, Chuck, and we had so many plants and so much fresh produce. So remember, our students can also grow to reach their full potential and to develop a growth mindset. I'd like to read this poem to you to end today. This is a tree that's in our backyard. And this poem is called The Power of One by Ashish Ram. One song can spark a moment. One flower can wake the dream. One tree can start a forest. One bird can herald spring. One smile begins a friendship. One hand clasp lifts a soul. One star can guide a ship at sea. One word can frame a goal. One vote can change a nation. One sunbeam lights a room. One candle wipes out darkness. One laugh will conquer gloom. One step must start each journey. One word must start each prayer. One hope will raise our spirits. One touch can show you care. One voice can speak with wisdom. One heart can know what difference. You see, it's up to you. So thank you very much to all of you for coming. I want to thank TEYLIN, and I'd like to thank Oxford University Press. Thank you so much. You can see your greeting here. Terima kasih. Oh, thank you for your hearts. It's so sweet of you. It's so lovely to see all of you here. I want to share, this is again the resources from Oxford University Press. There are so many resources that they have online, so please go to the Oxford University Press site, and you can find all the materials on growth mindset, learner agency, global skills, and feedback.
Okay, I think there's something with the audio. Okay, thank you very much, Kerry.
And
for
there
your
are some of the
insightful-
resources that I referred to today.
Thank you very much, Kerry, for your insightful and inspiring presentation. Let's join me to give big applause.
Thank
for
you
Kerry.
to all of you. It was such a pleasure being with you, and thank you for your patience today. I'm so sorry about our technical difficulties here.
Okay, that's fine. And also, I'm sorry, Kerry, and the audience, that we ran out of time. So we should proceed to the next presentation. So we skip for the Q&A question, okay? Thank you very much once again for your insightful presentation, Kerry, and also for the audience. Okay. Let me close. Good morning to everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thank you,
wabarakatuh.
everyone.
Thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Fitri Budi Suryani as the moderator. And once again, please give applause for Mrs. Kathy Kampa from the United States of America.
Thank you. I got my flowers here.
Thank you very much. So after this will be certificate appreciation for Mrs. Kathy Kampa.
Thank you so much.
Give applause for Mrs. Kathy Kampa from the United States of America.
Thank you very much, everyone. It was a pleasure being with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, Mrs. Kathy Kampa. And
Thank
now
you.
we go to the next plenary is being held for offline session with the speaker is Mr. Andrew Hunt from English First Educa Group. Now we'd like to invite Dr. Slamet Utomo MPD as the moderator.
Before we begin, can I ask you to stand up, please?
All right, please stand up. Okay.
Because we've been sitting for a long time. Oh, thank you. We've been sitting for a long time. And I promised my wife I would take a video of everybody here. So we want the happiest faces from this side to this side, okay? Ready? Whoops. Oh, we'll start with you.
All right.
Ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Thank you
Hello.
very much, Mr. Okay.
Hello out there.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. And my new friends over here. Thank you.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. Miss and Mr. Andrew Hunt, but we can call him Mr. Andy, is it right? Okay. Right before Mr. Andy will present his material, I would like, okay, welcome. Okay, please. seat. So.
Oh yeah, you can
So
sit down. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, okay, we have a great, distinguished, and also energetic speaker, right? Okay, Mr. Andrew Han, right? Okay. Welcome to Universitas Muria, Kudus. Thank you. Okay, Mbak Dayu as a master of ceremony, and then okay. I don't want to talk too much. I just want to introduce, okay, him. His name is Andrew Han, so you can call him Mr. Andy, right? Okay. He is from London, but now he is living in Surabaya.
Where you have a good memory.
He is a senior academic manager and English first Indonesia in Surabaya, right? So, and his wife is the real Indonesian. Is that right?
Yes, my wife's a lecturer at Erlanger University.
All right, okay, thank you. Okay, and the audience, you can ask him about how to manage the classroom well. Because I know that you are you teacher? Spell English teacher? Right, very good. Okay, as an English teacher, especially for young learners, okay, you can sing and dance, right? Okay, would you train us how to sing for our
you have to
students?
wait, but that's in the training material.
All right,
you got too excited.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, now please give a big applause to Mr. Andrew Han, right?
Thank you, Pa.
I'll give you 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, we can
30
do that.
minutes to present your material and 50 minutes in question and answer. Right?
Thank
okay,
you,
Mr.
Pa.
Andy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone.
Should I sit here or over there?
Oh, take a seat here,
Here?
maybe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ba. And hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here at Kudus UMK today. It's a pleasure to be here. So thank you. And it's my second time in Kudus because UMK and EF, we have a collaboration together. So if any students thinking about an internship and teaching with EF, please let me know. Okay? I'm not here to recruit, but... thank you again for having me. Before I begin, can we just have a big round of applause for the UMK and TEYLIN organizers, the committee, everyone that's helped put this together today. So thank you all. Okay, should we begin? So today we're talking about young learner rules and routines, classroom management, okay? So my name's Andy Han. I'm the Senior Academic Manager of EF, English First Educa Group. So before we start, who in this room is a teacher? A teacher. Teach anything to anyone. So teaching young learners can be an amazing experience. True? But it could also be very, very painful and hard work sometimes. Yeah? So at the end of the day, you've had a wonderful day teaching your young learner students. How do you feel? What are some of the feelings you have at the end of the day after a good day? Proud of ourselves. Yeah, all teachers, we should be proud of ourselves. How else do we feel? Happy, someone said. What else? Satisfied? Motivated? What about at the end of a day, we've had a difficult day with the children. How can we feel? Exhausted? Sad? Very tired and exhausted. So a little bit about myself. I come from England originally, but I've lived away from England for about 28 years or something. I started teaching in 1996. I know it's difficult to believe because I look so young, but it's true. I've been an ESL teacher, teacher trainer, and currently an academic manager. I work for EF English First, and there are 100 EF schools around Indonesia now. And our Educa franchise has 17 schools in East Java, Bali, Lombok. We're predominantly kids and teens, so many of us in this room are too old to study at EF, I'm sorry, but not too old to be teachers. It's an EFL communicative language teaching program, and the focus is on skills, child development skills, and communication skills. And I would just like to say, since '96, I think there's been so many changes in the world and education, with the access to the internet, video games, everything, exposure, expectations have changed, attitude to education can change. So we have to change with it. So the main theme today is that we're all here together like a community. And together, the stronger the community, the more good we can do in the world, okay? So we're talking about rules and routines in the young learner classroom. It's nothing new for teachers, but when we have teachers together, it's always nice to refresh ourselves, to think about things again, to renew, to reboot. And today, when I talk about young learners, I'm kind of talking about 3 to 7-year-olds, so it includes the very young learners, okay? So when I say young learners, I'm talking 3 to 7 or 8. So, rules and routines, we need a routine. So our first routine, we need a hello song, everyone. So please stand up, because we have to start the class with a hello song. So are you ready? So we'll do it slowly together first, and then we'll do it quicker together. So it's like this, okay? You ready? So we follow?
Okay.
Hello, teachers.
Hello,
How are you? And then, doot, 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 doot. You are happy. I am too. Doot, 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 doot. Sit down. Stand up. Listen. Look. Raise your hand. Are you ready? Yes. Should we do it together? Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hello, teachers. How are you? Doot, 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 doot. You are happy. I am too. Doot, 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 doot. Sit down. Stand up. Listen. Look. Raise your hand. Open your book. One more time. Hello, teachers. How are you? Stand up, listen, look, raise your hand, open your book. Wow, that was amazing. Thank you. Take a seat, please. So that's our hello song, start of our routine. So we're going to talk about some R and R and R's, okay? So traditionally, we all learn about the 7 R's of classroom management. And traditionally, these are the 7 R's that a lot of research and thinking and pedagogy talks about. And at EF, we focus on these ones in young learners. So relationship, rules and routines, the rights that students have, rewards, responsibility, and respect. So if we talk about these as the 7 R's, the most important aspect of a young learner classroom is the rules and the routines. Otherwise, we have chaos. Okay? So, find a friend or some friends together. One question for you. Why do we need rules and routines in a young learner classroom? Okay, you have 30 seconds to discuss with your friends. Why do we need rules and routines? Okay, any volunteers? Why do we need rules and routines?
Okay, everybody, is there any volunteer? Raise hand.
I see some interested faces in the middle now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Artika Sari. I'm from SD 3 Karangmalang. I think why do we need rules and routine in our classroom is because to build the behavior. I mean,
Thank you. Build the behavior. Very nice. Thank you.
Okay, one more.
Yeah, we have one more.
Okay,
Oh,
is there
very
any
nice.
other?
Thank you.
Raise hand.
Open your
Okay.
book.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Yuanita. I come from OPT Bahasa UMK. Why do we need, yeah. Why do we need rules and routines? Yes, in young learner classroom. I think we need rules and routine to make them more accustomed with learning, to create a good learning habit, and to, what's more, to, to make these young learners more disciplined. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you both. That's really helpful. So yeah, we have to have rules and routines in young learner classroom, exactly as you said. So we need to manage the behavior and build the behavior, the good expected behavior. We cannot have 3- and 4-year-old children sitting quietly because they have so much energy. But we can manage the behavior, we can't stop it. So learning about managing feelings, developing emotional control, also understanding of the classroom and the rules and what's needed. It helps them learn. If children are not listening or crying, they won't be able to learn. And also promoting understanding of positive reinforcement. So what does positive reinforcement mean? What does it mean? Compliment, yeah, thank you, that was a good answer. So positive reinforcement is learning from the good things, yeah? So let's say my friend, what's your name, sorry?
Merlin.
Melly.
Merlin without Munro.
So let's say we're teaching young learners and Merlin is very, very active and she's running around, pushing the table. And Mr. Andy, the teacher, Merlin, sit down. Merlin, be quiet. Merlin, please shut up. Please listen. So she gets all the attention for bad behavior and all my good students don't get any attention. And Merlin's very happy because she's like, yeah, Merlin, Merlin, Merlin. She just hears her name all the time. So positive reinforcement is, oh, thank you. You're sitting so well, thank you. Wow, thank you for listening to Mr. Andy. Wow, thank you. That's so, well done, Merlin. No, you're sitting so nicely. Thank you. So positive reinforcement is learning from the good examples, not drawing attention to the bad examples, okay? Preparing children for school and life, what's expected. And this is important, learning to respect not just the classroom, the teachers, but each other and themselves as well. And if we're constantly managing the behavior, we can't teach because we're just exhausted. Sit down, please. Listen to Mr. Andy. Please be quiet. So we need to manage the behavior, and it's all part of the child development process as well. So very quickly, we'll do 1 minute this time, just with your friends. In your young learner classrooms, what are typical rules you have? And what are some of your pre, while, and post routines? So pre, before the class starts, while is during the learning time, and post is at the end of the class, okay? So what are your typical rules? What are some of your routines? You have 1 minute with your friends.
Yes, siapa? Melly.
Are we ready? So, what are typical rules in a young
Right.
learner classroom you have?
Okay, please raise your hand. Who will answer the question? Okay, you? Oh no.
What a tip.
Okay.
Or if you don't teach children, do you remember when you were a child in school? What were the rules?
Melly, kamu? Okay, Melly. Yes, okay.
All right, talking about the typical classroom rules that I have at school is actually we make a line before enter the class, like make a line, siap gerak, yang depan, like that. And after that we have a prayer. We have a prayer, and also to build our nationality, we started with singing national song. Yes, and after that we enter the class, and we start with greeting. And also, what else? Asmaul Husna, that's right. It is a part of religious activity before we start our lessons. And yeah, just do such kind of, encourage by building knowledge of field, like giving such kind of, warming activity. Example, just like that. Ice breaking, and also we enter to the materials of the day.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
very helpful. So, are they rules or routines? Yeah, they're good examples of routines. So routines are the actions we do all the time, and the rules are things we follow. So they were great examples of routines, yeah. So they're the set activities we do, and rules are things we follow, like listen to Mr. Andy. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What about, so they're good routines and common routines. What about some rules?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Every time I teach my children, especially for the very first time in that class, I usually give rules. Always listen to your friends whenever they talk. And don't make any noise whenever they talk. So take turns. That's the most important point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I totally agree. We have the same rules at EF, and the most outstanding one is be nice, because that includes listening to your friends and teacher, looking when people are speaking, yeah. Raise your hand so we don't say, Mr. Andy, Mr. Andy, Mr. Andy. Hand goes up. And then the child with the hand up will get the chance to speak. And we start out with speak English, but we want the classroom to be a natural English-speaking environment. And so by forcing English, it can be debatable for 3-year-olds if we want to say, speak English, speak English. So the aim is to make it a natural environment for English. So the students, they enter the classroom, they switch to English without the force. Okay. And then for routines, similar to Merlin, we have a similar routine. So meet in the lobby, and then we do a choo-choo, choo-choo train to the classroom. And then names on the board. For the young learners, 3 years old, we have ... and they trace their names with help. The very young ones have their photo, and then they learn to recognize, to read the phonics of their names and stick it next to the photo. And above 4, they write their names. And then we always start with some TPR, so some total physical response. Shake that energy out. Some of the children have come from school and are exhausted. Some have come from nap time and are still half asleep. Some of them have just eaten lots of sugar. So TPR gets the energy up and out. We had our hello song, chairs on the floor, rules, and then we go through the rules quickly. So the children know what is next and why. And then in the class, we always talk about routines, things that students do, but actually the way we speak is a routine for the child. So if we have instructions voice, they know they have to follow. If we have a praise voice, well done, they know they did something good. And then if we hear excuse me, the lower voice, they know they have to think about a choice here. So the routines for that, when is it time to speak? When is it time to reinforce the rules? And attention getters are important. So we often have a 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Or we can have a 3, 2, 1, come on, let's have some fun. I've seen a teacher do hocus pocus, everybody focus. But we have to be consistent. I saw a teacher the other day that did 1, 2, 3, eyes on me, and the students like this. It was really good. But then she said, 1, 2, 3, go, and they were like, what? Do I freeze? So 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. 3, 2, 1, let's have fun. So we have to be consistent. And then the end of the class, something physical, shake it off, consolidation together, what did we learn? Praise that they all hear, because that's positive reinforcement. And then the goodbye song, and then thank yous and goodbyes. And we do individual consolidation in front of the parents. So the parents can see what their children learned in class, and they will take pictures and videos. So the final bit happens outside the class. And you can see reflection of the 7 R's in all of these types of activities. There's rights, there's responsibilities, there's the rules and routines. And all of these activities, we don't do rules and routines just be quiet. We have rules and routines because they all apply to the child development milestones and skills. Everything with a rule and routine has some connection to cognitive or emotional growth and development. So the rules and routines for young learners is probably the most important part of a young learner classroom. So it's easy, yeah? Classroom management, young learners. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh God, it's not easy. So the reality of teaching young learners, what challenges can we face teaching young learners? Let's have this one. Complicated. Yes. Complicated emotions. That's good. That's a good thing, though. Very true, yeah. That's beautifully put, yeah. We need innovation, we need to be creative, because every person in this room is different, but we've developed into adults. So we hope we're a bit more, we're stable. But for young children, everything's changing. The emotions can't be controlled. The feelings have to be expressed maybe physically. Yeah. So we can be confident in our rules and routines, but we can never predict.
Unpredictable. So what I feel when I teach in the class, I'm sorry. Now I teach in first grade, and this is the transition of kindergarten to the elementary school. So they have many variation of action, behavior, and anything about their
action. So we have to have many idea to control the classroom. So and I have many song to control, to manage the classroom in order that they can focus on me and on the material we will give to them. So we tidak hanya memberikan satu ice breaking, tapi kita harus berkelanjutan. I'm sorry, I use bahasa Indonesia. Okay? Jadi sebagai guru yang di young learners, especially the first grade, we are forced to be patient, to be creative, and to be more the other daripada yang kelas yang tinggi seperti itu.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Do you feel the same?
Okay.
Thank you. And something I'd like to highlight, so grade 1, the first year of school, because play school, kindergarten, preschool are fundamentally about play and using the senses. And suddenly grade 1 is about learning a subject and have to behave. So it's a big change for the children. So thank you.
Yeah. You're
And
welcome.
it's fair to say the biggest impact on a child's behavior is not the school and the teachers, it's the parents. So the more a school and parents work together to have similar rules and routines, similar responses, it's easier for the child to settle. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So these are some examples. So children lack of focus, because they're only young, easy to think of other things. So settlers and stirrers. So do writing, then running, then reading, then movement. So settle and stir. Use movement and visuals. Use the power of play with young learners. If they don't understand, using the senses so they connect with what they smell and touch and feel. Tap into what they're interested in. So the toys they're interested in, the K-pop that they like, and then to get the attention helps connect to them. Everything clear and simple. Emotional mayhem. So the emotions are still developing. And does anyone in here teach teenagers? Some? So there's emotional with the young learners because they cannot control it. So we have to help them manage it. But teenagers have different emotions, but they're coming out maybe in moods or angrier feelings rather than expression. So it's managing the emotions. Behavior, rules and routines will always help. Praise when there's misbehavior. Often a child misbehaves because they don't know what to do or they want attention. They're looking for some sort of attention. Consistency, so the same rules and routines, the same responses. And then tired teachers, I'd recommend good coffee, chocolate, and just like today, forming communities of teachers. So all of us as teachers should always remember we're never alone. We have the same challenges, the same feelings, so that togetherness is so important. I would like to mention, obviously, student with special education needs and disabilities, the talk of neurodiversity, and also the COVID period where there's a delay. COVID babies, young children with social and emotional development, they're catching up, they're fine. But we have to consider this, and I'm no expert, only from informal studies and research, but what we've talked about today, having structure to the class helps students of all diversity and character and personality. Scaffolding, supporting the learning through so many different ways with visuals and different types of activities. And the variety to meet learning styles and the different needs of our students as well. Okay? So basically, to summarize, for young learners, they need to know what's familiar and coming. They need to know this time is this is this, because they feel safe. And the more effort we put into rules and routines at this age, 3 to 6, will help them become stronger students as they progress through school, because they have this understanding of the classroom and what their role and responsibility is. Okay? We always talk, as teachers, we always talk about students. Oh, my students this, my students that. But we should also be very proud of our own successes. So as teachers, always think about what a great job you're doing, how much you've tried to do something. So also be proud of yourselves as well. There's always challenges with teaching, but also we should take pride and celebrate success. And a final note, so young learners, I lost my S, need consistency and familiarity. They know what to expect. Teenagers need shake-up. They need things different so they don't get bored, but they need to learn how to deal with the changes as well. Okay? So the end of the routine, our final routine, needs to be our goodbye song. Yeah? So if I could ask you to stand up again for the goodbye song. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, so excited.
Please, stand up.
So this time, are you ready? We'll do it slowly together first. Ready? Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, friends. We'll have fun another day. I will see you soon, and we can learn again. But for now, I'm going home. Okay? Shall we do it together?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, friends. We'll have fun another day. I will see you soon, and we can learn again. But for now, I'm going home. One more? Yes. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, friends. We'll have fun another day. I will see you soon, and we can learn again. But for now, I'm going home. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Andy, right. Now, please give a big applause once again to Mr. Andrew Han. Thank you very much, Mr. Han. Right, okay. We still have 4 minutes, right? Okay. We still have 4 minutes, and then okay. Is there any question? I open only one question. Only one or two? Okay, the committee, one question or two? One, okay. Please raise your hand if you have a question, especially how to manage the classroom. Is there any question? No more?
I think the question, what time is lunch? Maybe the question.
All right.
Everyone's thinking.
It's time for lunch now, so you don't have any question, right? Okay, I think it is very beneficial, right? So if you are a teacher, please pay attention about the material given by Mr. Andy, rule and routine. Is it right? How to manage your classroom. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Once again, please give a big applause to Mr. Andrew Han. Thank you very much. And then, okay, because it's time for lunch, so we can close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Oke, terima kasih. Kok gak difoto ya? Ayo, aku difoto. Oke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so after this will be certificate and token appreciation for Mr. Andrew Hunt and Ibu Dr. Ica Khadijah MA, and we would like to invite Ibu Dr. Ica Khadijah MA to come forward, and we would like to invite the head of English Education Department to give the token appreciation. Please give applause for Dr. Ija Khadijah MA as the speaker today. And after this, we would like to invite Mr. Agung Dwi Nur Cahyo as the chairperson of the 5th TEYLIN committee to give the certificate and token appreciation for Mr. Andy. Once again, please give big round of applause for Mr. Andrew Hunt from English First Educa Group. Well, thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Ija Khadijah MA from UNESCO and Mr. Andrew Hunt from English First Educa Group and the head of English Education Department and Mr. Agung. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's having a lunch break for this moment, and we hope you will come here again on 1:15. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu, it's time for lunch, so you will have time until 1:15 sampai 1:15. The workshop of Bu Ica will be here in the same room. Bapak Ibu guru yang kami undang untuk perwakilan Korwil nanti stay in this room. Bapak Ibu yang lain, you may join another parallel session in the 3rd floor. Jadi parallel sessionnya nanti ada di 3rd floor. Para mahasiswa juga boleh pilih nanti di lantai 3 di ruang BPM dan ruang di seberangnya BPM 3.5. Just go one floor downstairs begitu. Terima kasih. Please do manage your time. So see you again in 1:15. Sampai bertemu kembali 1:15 terutama untuk workshopnya karena Bu Ica akan segera terbang juga. And it is a very it's very hard to get her here to Kudus. Biasanya ke Prancis, hari ini ke Kudus, maka mohon waktunya sekali untuk bisa memanfaatkan waktu. Sholatnya boleh di ruang sebelah sini Bapak Ibu, sebelah toilet ada musola. Oke, have lunch. Enjoy your lunch, silahkan.
Super MC.
Kalau ada yang bantuin mau ngatur silahkan.
Udah.
And one more. You were MC last time.
Yeah. Fatihah is going here. Fatihah,
She's
Isha
coming here?
Yes, she's coming here because she living here. Cek. Bapak Ibu, have you got your lunch? Sudah makan siang? Okay. Please scan the barcode so that you can join the WhatsApp group. Later it will be for your certificate. Terima kasih. Kita sambil menunggu yang lain, nggih, Bapak Ibu, nggih.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please take the front seat. I know kalau yang masih dandan silakan, tapi maju ke depan semua, tidak boleh di belakang kalau depan masih kosong. Karena saya susah komunikasinya.
Apakah workshopnya sudah bisa saya buka? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the parallel session of the 5th TEYLIN conference. I'm Salsabila Humaira Putri, and I'll be moderating this parallel session of our conference. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you all for being here and for your contribution to this conference. We have 2 sessions today. The first session is workshop session, and the second session is closing session. The speaker will have 50 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our first session. We now have one excellent speaker, and I kindly ask the speaker to keep to the 50 minutes time limit to ensure we stay on the schedule. Please welcome for our speaker today, Ibu Dr. Ica Hodijah, with her workshop titled Helping Ourselves Before Helping Others.
Thank you. Thank you. Head, soldier, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, soldier, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and nose and mouth and ear. Head, soldier, knees and toes, knees and toes. One more time. Head, toes, knees and toes. Head, of course. The knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and nose and mouth and ears. Head, soldier, knees and toes, knees and toes. Thank you. And can you modify that song into different kind of songs? Of course. Of course. Can we modify that song into classroom objects? How? Pencil, pen. Ya, tinggal menyesuaikan saja, right? So there are so many ways, but what is important in the practice that we just did in a very short while. What is it? Yes. What else? What the most important thing is engagement. Engagement. The key aspect for children to learn a new language is engagement. Yeah? At home, children will not understand what the parents talk about unless the parents engage. Yes? What aspects will influence engagement? Voice. Voice. Eye contact. Body language. And you cannot learn them in campus. You just have to practice it. Yes? What the key point? Engagement. No at the back, no at the back. Don't stay at the back unless the front has been full. Tidak ada yang di belakang, silakan ke depan. Silakan ke depan, masih banyak yang kosong di depan. Silahkan ke depan, masih banyak yang kosong di depan. Ini ada 1, 2, 3. Silakan. 1, 2, 3 kosong. We have only a couple of minutes. We don't have the luxury of having a lot of time.